coming up. Let's do it. I want you to get excited about your life.
Here we go. Intense.
Stand by, camera, set. If you're going to talk to me, you're going to have to be honest.
Stand by, Dr. Phil.
Showtime. This is going to be a changing day in your life. Stand by, A, and roll A. Check in.
Go, Dr. Phil. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. All right, we are here. We are live. A lot of you have heard, of this whole PWR investigation thing that we've been doing. And, I'm here to tell you, we're starting up again. Now, Phil and Kat are two individuals in a marriage. He's a successful YouTuber. She fled a prior situation into the protective arms of this man. Is it a successful marriage? There's been a lot of controversy. There's been a lot of behind the scenes stories, claims, allegations. A reminder that tonight is my opinion on things. We're going to take a look at things objectively in a respectful way. And we are also going to reach out to the fans. I want to welcome everybody. We got a hell of a show, I hope. I did a lot of research into this one. I'm going to be reaching out to the fans at certain portions of the show. We'll be taking some calls. I want to make sure I say hello to everybody. And, this is a doozy. The amount of information I had to compile here, is like beyond anything I've done. I basically felt like I was putting together a university research paper here. Don't know if anybody's going to be completely happy with it. I tried to cover as much stuff as I possibly could that the fans wanted me to cover here. So we're just going to kind of get into it. I'm going to take a few moments to just say hello to everybody here. Who do we got in the live studio audience tonight? We got Ziga, we got Shandong, we got Soph Ninja. We got some super chats came in, while I was in the makeup chair there, getting all done up, getting my wardrobe done. We got Florida Panther Chide with $10. LFG PWR, be careful dealing with the RTU and the other product. Hit squads out there, bud. Cheer. Oh, brother, I know. Like I said, these are dangerous men that we're covering, that we're dealing with. That's something we're going to put behind us for now, and we're going to do our thing. And like I said, this isn't going to be like some of those bashing videos that some of these other boneheads are doing. This is something different. This is more my style of coverage here on this topic, on this situation. I hope you guys enjoy it. We're going to get started. So then we also have Ziga, his super chat of $5. Dr. PWR for the tip jar. Just no goals like Phil, please. Well, I appreciate that. And then we got One Take Jones. Oh, this is a One Take Jones here for you, brother. This is going to be legendary. Never stop this important work. Well, I'm glad that you see it as important. I think it's important. I think it's something that my audience wants to see me cover. So I'm just going to lay down the basis here. Now, you guys, when I'm doing my streaming, small time guy here, I like to do my thing. I like to interact. This is going to be a lot of talking, so I just want to keep you guys in mind. I might not be as interactive with the chat. We will be opening up for calls. I put my Discord on the top of the screen, so add me as a friend. And during certain portions of the show, we will be reaching out to the audience. Now, I wouldn't usually do this, but if you have a major question or you have a comment that you want me to read related to this topic, I would appreciate maybe a super chat. But it's not necessary. It's not required. But I think just so I don't interrupt the flow going back and forth with the chat, that I think that would be, something reasonably to ask. So we're going to get into it. All bets are off. I'm putting on the headphones here. Can you hear me? Is everything coming across? Now I'm hot. I'm already sweating. I'm already on the air here. We got Phil Has Diarrhea's gifted a sub. Thank you so much once again on that YouTube alternative. So I have a lot of different parts to this I want to cover. Now, first off, we're going to actually go back to the past. I'm just going to get right into it, so settle in. I don't know how long we're going to go here. I got a lot of extra notes here. I got some bullet points here on the side. We're ready to go. My assistants, my secretaries were doing everything they could to bring me up to speed here, get me ready for the air. So, let's all take a moment in prayer together. Lord, protect me from these dangerous men. Help guide me through this career. Help me deliver what the audience really wants here. Now, before we get into it, we have one more. Oh, 1 second, I have to fix that here. Hold on. Good God, I haven't even gotten to the investigation and the fans are already hot. We got Thirsty Tree with $4.99 PWR doing what no one else will. Is Phil's marriage on the rocks? He's going to find out today. Yes, and one thing that's interesting is, I always try to be objective and look at both sections of things. But tonight, at the end of the program, there's going to be an answer. Is he in a successful marriage or is he not? We're either going to get a yes or we're going to get a no tonight at the end of the program. So I really appreciate you guys giving the support. I mean, just I gotta get ready here though, guys. I want to give you guys what you want. But thank you, Thirsty Tree. We got Big Dave. We got Ranch Avila. We got Darth the Viking. We got friend of the channel, Oz Cobb. $4.99. We love the drama series. Okay, well, thank you. So here we go. Now, for a lot of you original fans who knew Phil, who were there early in the career, I think a lot of you remember this individual here. And we're going to bring up the video screen here. I have a large portion of videos here that we will be reviewing, analyzing, and breaking down. So this was a big moment in this man's career. I believe this was the first time he brought forward his thrill. He brought forward this panderly individual, allegedly aged 18 at this time. Now, a little bit of background. There was a lot of controversy here, and like I said, nothing's been proven. There's no court documents. I scoured left and right, what's really going on. That's the allegation here, that allegedly this woman here was a fan of this, successful up-and-coming YouTuber at this time. That they were exchanging DM messages on what I have listed here as the YouTube Messenger service. And eventually, things came together and these two started living in sin, as the term would go. This was a big moment, I think, in Phil's career. Again, I think it was just sort of, we talked about it before. Look what I've got. Look what I have to show off here. And I think this was a little bit before we started getting into this whole major detractor stuff. So maybe at this time he felt a little bit more comfortable bringing a partner on the air. But as we get into later, we're going to see if those perspectives in later portions of the investigation here, how those ideas of sharing your partner with your audience have changed. So we're going to get into this video here, and we're going to kind of experience together the first time that that other product, Phil, DSP, whatever he should appropriately be called for tonight's professional investigation here, brought a partner onto the air and introduced him to his audience. So let's take a watch of this video and see what the dynamic is here. And we'll kind of get an analysis of that. So here we go. And let me know if everybody can hear.
I'm here, and with me today is my beautiful girlfriend, Leanna, who also is known as panderly on YouTube.
Yeah.
And we just wanted to make a quick video
So
As
you,
you
you
know, I've
can
been
you can
spending
get
the
the
weekend-
sense that they were both YouTubers. Like I said, she was allegedly a fan of this big upcoming YouTube star. And here they are, you know, you see the arm around there, you know, embracing this new partner here. She kind of looks
with
like
her
she's into
because,
it here.
You know, I was going to be busy on Valentine's Day, so we wanted to make a special video just to say Happy Valentine's Day to everyone out there who, you know, gets to spend it with a significant other. If not, play video games, I guess.
Yeah.
Again, you're
But,
kind of getting this idea, for in my opinion, as I watch this, I'm very much getting that sort of, look what I have here. You know, look what I've got going on. It just doesn't really come across as organic to me. It feels something that's very, you know, they probably had like a 10-minute conversation, you know, is this okay? Can we be doing this? And I'm sure she was fine with it. She seems reasonably into it.
Yeah, so if
But,
you haven't noticed, well, first of all, a lot of people are
a lot of people
asking
had concerns
what
about
she
this.
looks like.
A lot
She
of
says,
people
"I'm
had
not
concerns
shy,
about
you
this
know, I'd
at
be willing to
this
jump on a
time.
video." So
It was
that's one
very
of the
big
reasons we're doing
news
this.
in
But
the
the other
world
reason
of
is
that
there's a
man's
playthrough
career.
up right now of Ratchet and Clank All for One, which we did a lot of gaming today together.
It's really good.
And yeah, it's funny, you know, and we're enjoying it. And I want to explain to everyone how it works. Now, Leanna doesn't live in Connecticut, so I only get to see her maybe about once a month. So when we do get a chance to be together, we're going to play through that game as much as we can.
Yeah,
I'm not sure how long that game
what's
is.
really crazy, actually, now that you mention this, because I'm rewatching this and new things are coming to mind. This piece of butt here was running across the country to him. If you can believe that. He wasn't the one, you know, getting his butt in the car and, you know, hauling butt down to wherever. She was making the effort to get to him. So just, I mean, that take that for what it is. But just as that crosses my mind, I mean, that's pretty wild. I think that just, again, shows the power that an individual like this in this entertainment industry can have over women.
We may beat it, say, next month when we get to play it, or it might be really long. I don't even know. But, so yeah, the playthrough is what it is right now. That's going to be where it ends for now. But then next month, when we get to spend time together again, that's when
Somebody in the chat says she saw money.
going to continue. And I guess that's pretty much it. Right now, there's nothing on your YouTube channel, right?
No, nothing.
So eventually, maybe there will be something, and if there is, then we'll obviously tell everyone about it. But right now, there's nothing on it, so there's no reason to go.
So in a way, yeah, that when he just said that, you know, check out her YouTube, you kind of get that sense. And I mean, look at his eyes. Look at the look on his face there. I think you kind of get that sense that this could have been some sort of potential for benefit here. You know, as far as this up-and-coming panderly thing and whatever she's doing on the YouTube, you know, she's clearly a fan. She probably, like many of us, seen the success that he was having, which, like I said, a lot of you young dudes don't remember. Like, at this time, this is 2012, he was relevant. He was hot. He was breaking ground that not a lot of other YouTubers were doing at that time. So I could see, you know, a young woman getting caught up in their hopes and dreams, looking at this man and saying, he could do the same for me here.
Not searching for it or whatever. So that's pretty much it. Again, happy Valentine's Day to everyone. And anything else you wanted to say before we say goodbye? Hi. All right, so that's it. Thanks a lot. I'll see you guys on Tuesday for new footage, Twisted Metal, and Mass Effect 3 demo, and some other stuff coming out this week, like UFC Undisputed 3, and I also believe Alan Wake is supposed to come out this week, which I didn't even realize. So
okay.
All right, so I'll see you guys
so
then.
I just thought it was interesting. It's like I said, we're really digging into this topic here. Yes, it's about the other product's marriage, but I think it's important to get into some history of what things look like when he first brought a partner on. Oh, just 1 second, actually. I got to grab something here. And I got to put this poor creature away here. Go on. Somebody wants their human there. Sorry, everybody. I love that cat. But when I'm doing my thing, he's got to go in the other room. Okay. So we're back. I apologize, fans. Before we move on, let me make sure I read the support here. Somebody in the chat is saying she was 16. from the research I did, allegedly she was 17 when they were first in contact, and Phil alleges that she was 18 when she was bringing the piece of butt down to Connecticut. That's the story from the notes I have here in this document folder here. That's the story I'm getting. I'm really sorry. My cat is distracting me. Honey, no. You want to say hi? Don't mess up my soup here. Okay. So we have Oz Cobb has super chatted $4.99. We love the drama streams. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I try to put a lot of work into these. 6 Foot Dig has super chatted $2. You are really getting great at this, dude. Thank you. Garbage Plate. Sorry, you know, the cat parenting comes first, so I don't mean to be mean to him or anything, but I'm going to try to get him out of the way here because he's going to tear my whole system down here. Okay, back in the zone here. We got Garbage Plate with $4.99, no message, but thank you. Thirsty Tree has super chatted $1.99. Phil looks sort of normal here. Actually, I think he's looking better now than he does here. He looks very unhealthy here. Ziga has super chatted $2. He took her to Pete's Subs, gave her extra bread. So anyway, as I was saying before, I had to do my animal ranging here. That's the allegation. So is there anything exactly criminal going on here? According to him, when it comes to the ages, I would assume not, but there's a lot of people in the chat that are saying there was a different side of things here. That this is not exactly what it seems, that she could have potentially, and this is only an allegation, this is not the gospel here, she could have even been younger than 17 when these two were in contact. So I guess, like, you know, some of these hot rappers like Drake and, you know, all these guys, I guess he was putting up the pre-order. And like I said, it says a lot to me as a man that she was the one who actually traveled to meet him. Now that is incredibly disturbing. You know, I'm wondering, where are the parents here? 1 second here. We got a major contribution here. I'm not too familiar with this individual. Never seen him in the channel before, but we have It's Me Ken with 99 subscriptions. That's a freaking record here. So thank you very much. Love to say thank you. Maybe if you have a question or something you'd like me to answer. Good God. Well, like I said, I don't take anybody's major contributions more importantly than anybody else's. We just got 100 effing subscriptions. We just got 100 effing subscriptions. So maybe if you want to call in, this It's Me Ken guy, we will be doing call-in portions, so we'll try to get you involved. Thank you for that major contribution. That'll help us do future investigations here. So we're gonna move on. I'm a little shook up here. I'm like shaking. Hopefully I'm holding it together here for you guys. So anyway, as fans of this guy, because again, this is when I was a fan. This is when I was kind of enjoying the content at the peak of this guy's career. But this panderly, she really started kind of inserting herself in the content. She almost, in a way, became a character, you know, on his show. They would do stuff like co-op stuff. She was also very active in the chat, and she would often be going back and forth. And I remember this too, because there was always a lot of controversy. There was always a lot of drama. You always felt like you were very much on thin ice once this panderly came into the picture here. So I actually have a segment, and I remember, actually, it's funny because a lot of times I don't have major perspective, but I was there during this next segment that we're going to look at here. It's only a short clip. But I mean, good God, this is the type of aggression and the type of, you know, tiptoeing that she constituted that was very much directing his style of content at this time. So, and this is only one of the videos. There was tons. There was also that situation with the John Rambo where she was like threatening and going nuts over Resident Evil. But this is one that I chose in particular because I think this goes to show where this relationship had Phil's head at here. I mean, this is ridiculous. And again, we talk a lot about, you know, appreciating your audience, respecting your audience, trying to really be an approachable, enjoyable entertainer. This is the opposite of that, and we're going to watch it. And like I said, it's really funny because I was in the chat during this moment. I remember this moment. This is history here. So here we go. But thank you. We got more. We got 100 more effing subs. Geez, maybe this is the other product sending his bots in to screw up my career here. Maybe this is a sign I shouldn't be doing this thing. But thank you very much. Appreciate you. Like I said, if you want to participate, if you have a question or you want to call in, don't be shy. We'll have an open, you know, this is a safe space here. So here we go. This is DSP rages at the chat since he can't control his girlfriend's immaturity. Now, the context of this was panderly was in the chat and she was kind of, you know, going back and forth with the fans. She was insulting Kingdom Hearts. And if any of you 2000s dudes know Kingdom Hearts, you know, for certain people, that is just like an area you don't mess with. But, you know, she was being very adversarial with the chat, insulting the game. A lot of it was getting into Phil's eyes. And here was his reaction to this. Instead of, like, you know, possibly telling her to chill out, to get the F out of his chat, F out of his career, let him do his thing, well, you go downstairs and watch your DVDs, I guess, at this time. This was his response to the fans. So this is very telling here. We're gonna connect the dots with this later on when we get into his relationship with this cat now. But let's watch this and get your guys' thoughts on it.
I'm gonna tell everyone in the chat I had enough of your bullshit tonight. I see everyone arguing with my girlfriend instead of talking about the game, and I've had enough. So we're gonna put it in sub-only mode, and now none of you can fucking talk since you can't act your age.
And just again, like, I do apologize for some of the language that will be exhibited on tonight's show from that other product. So just hold your breath for that, fans. I do apologize. Let's replay that. So we gave the context, and here we go.
All right, and now I'm going to tell everyone in the chat I had enough of your bullshit tonight. I see everyone arguing with my girlfriend instead of talking about the game, and I've had enough. So we're going to put it in sub-only mode, and now none of you can fucking talk since you can't act your age or act mature, and you all want to argue with my girlfriend. Now you can just have no...
He's shaming his fans for not acting mature when his, you know, 18-year-old thrill is in his chat, which is essentially like his place of business, dude. Insulting his fans, so he lashes out at his audience instead of like telling his girlfriend, hey, like, chill out here. I'm trying to work. I'm trying to put food on your table. This is insane.
Chat, how about that? So, fuck all of you who are acting immature. This is what you get now. We're putting it into sub-only mode.
Yeah, see, exactly. The maker of this video, and I'll give him the credit, we got Devil to Pseudo, makes a great point here. Even though she was blanking on and insulting the game, which the chat is not here. I couldn't find the video that actually had the active chat. Even though she was blanking on and insulting the game, despite the fact she didn't need to be there. Exactly.
Fucking idiots. I'm here trying to play a fucking game. It's hard to concentrate when a bunch of little immature shits get into a fucking argument with my girlfriend. Fuck you. There you go. Subscriber only mode. No fucking chat. That's what you fucking get. Piss me the fuck off. There. Guess
Shameful.
what? Now there's no more arguments.
Shameful.
No more.
And it's concerning. And I think it just goes to show how caught up he really was in this relationship, that he was allowing the relationship to basically take precedent over his content, to take precedent over his fans, you know, who are contributors, who want to be there, who wanted to see the game. He just kind of allowed her to step all over him. And in a way, you know, she not only is disrespecting the fans and the community, she was disrespecting Phil himself. You know, that he's got to kind of direct traffic here and navigate this crap. And I don't think he handled this very well at all.
dumb fucks. Now we can all concentrate on the game, which is what you should have been concentrating on to fucking begin with. Immature assholes. Jesus. If I could slap you through the fucking internet, I would. Alright, now let's get back to fucking business.
Shameful. Let's get back to business. And fans, I gotta say, we're only about 30 minutes in, and I am getting hot. So I'm gonna take the sports jacket off here, so I can feel more at one with my audience here. Whew. The heat is definitely on here. Anyway, so moving from that, eventually, from what I understand in my research here, things eventually were not going very well. I believe that they really tried to portray this as like a successful relationship. I believe they ended up moving in together. She was doing her business from the side. He was openly promoting that business to his audience. The two had taken vacations together. They have been doing blogs. They essentially became like partners in content almost, along with partners in the bedroom. And I think a lot of fans at this time, from a lot of the comments that I've read, were under the assumption that this was not a good idea, that this was really derailing his connection with the fans, that this panderly was just not a likable person. And she just wasn't a good fit for Phil at this time. When it came to his content and presentation. So, we talked before about this May 1st burst thing and where that originated from. And, Phil spoke openly about it himself. At one point, the relationship with this panderly really started to break down. I'm sure she was shaking her ass on Instagram or, had men in the DMs. Who knows what was really going on. But apparently at some point things really broke down. I have a note here that says he was drinking more at this time because of the things going on behind the scenes with his girlfriend. Eventually the two had become, as he put it, like roommates. Which is never a good situation. You got to remember, this guy made like a major move across the country with this piece of butt here. Then, he's, has the live-in thrill. They're not even basically together. And things really fell apart. Phil was in a dark place. He says that room where he did his business essentially became his safe space, where he could get away, from a lot of the stuff that was going on. But we have another video here. I'm not too sure exactly if they were still together at this point. But here is another really important part of this. And we're going to be moving on. We're not going to dwell on this panderly stuff forever. But I think it was an important part of this investigation to look at what his prior relationship that had an on-camera connotation to it looked like as we move forward into something more serious, which resulted in a marriage here. So we're going to move in, and thank you. We did have a fan. Let me make sure I can shout him out, because we did have a fan that actually provided me. I was looking all over the internet for this. I couldn't find it. And we had Time Sync providing us this next clip, so thank you to you for your contribution.
A man zone. This whole room is a man zone. I spray it with musk every night.
Well, then guess what? This down here can remain a man zone.
It is a man zone, too.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, guess what? There's never going to be a woman in that man zone now. Ever. For that.
So she shut it down. The bakery was closed. It came across like we joke and we laugh here about, having the piece of butt, having the arms crossed, telling you to get off the stream, and that very much seems to be what was going on here. I'm not exactly sure the connotation of this, but Phil was doing his business, playing a new release, interacting with his fans. His piece of butt was in the doorway, and this is when you really started to get the idea that there were issues here, that either she wasn't happy with his constant schedule, or that things may not have been going that well between the two at this time. And this very much leads into that May 1st birth situation, which he speaks about just being in a really dark place, being lonely, drinking more, and we all know the rest of the story. So we're going to take our first break here, and we're going to reach out. Before we move into like the marriage, the things with the cat and all this stuff, we're going to take some calls related to the panderly situation. We're going to reach out to the Discord. I'm going to ask, your guys' thoughts on it. And we'll get into that here. So, as I said, Discord is at the top. Feel free to add me as a friend here. We do have some requests here, so get your calls in. This is the first call-in portion here where we're reaching out to the fans, giving you an opportunity to speak. If we don't get any calls, we'll just move on. So I'll give you guys a couple minutes. I'll read from the chat here. I want to see Ken versus PWR in Mario Kart. I've been loving Mario Kart, by the way. I've finally really started getting into it and enjoying it quite a lot. 1 second. We do have... You have to add me as a friend. People are sending me messages on how to call in. Just add me as a friend and we'll get you on the air time here. Okay. I'm accepting everybody now. Get your calls in. Yes, call in. You don't have to ask. Just hit the button and we'll pick you up like it's a switchboard from 1996, brother. Come on. Let's get this going here. Fan appreciation. I'm letting you guys speak. Okay, we're getting calls. So let's get into it. First caller of the show. I won't read your name for your own security, your own safety. How are you doing? Great to have you on. What are your thoughts? We're covering the whole introduction on panderly. What are your thoughts on it?
I must say, Phil, that was a major mistake with the man zone. You should have cleaned it up for the piece of butt.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Also, Panderly was 17. Phil definitely groomed her.
Right.
Yeah, that's in my opinion. But anyway, I'll leave you to more callers.
Okay.
PWR, I love this stream you got.
Yeah, thank you for calling in and participating in the program. So fans are making allegations that he did in fact groom her. That's the fans' opinions. We got another caller here. Again, I will leave your name confidential for your own protection. How are you doing?
Fantastic. How about yourself?
I'm good. I'm in my element. I put much research into this and I'm bringing the product forward. What's your question or your comment?
Just a comment. I wanted to say a couple of things. One, It's Me Ken is 100% real. He is a casino viewer and he is also somebody who has been slighted by Phil many, many times. He basically, he simply asked Phil. Well, to preface this, he basically gave Kano Casino like 100 subs or something, and they.
Oh, that would have had the other product hot.
Yeah, of course. But Andy, without even thinking, was like, "Yeah, let me add you to the Switch because you're awesome. You're always contributing. You're such a cool guy. Let's just do it." You just did it. Apparently, what actually happened on the other product was Ken just simply asked if he could be added to Phil's friends list and maybe play a couple of rounds with him.
Right.
And he would give him $100. Phil banned him on the spot for it.
Banned him?
So, banned him.
Well, actually, I'm going to get into that because the other day, I watched the Duty Streams video on this too. Exactly what I was saying, I think, is coming to fruition here, that there were allegations put forward. Somebody claiming to be a member of the other product's Discord said, people have their eyes on my shows and they're keeping track of anybody who's contributing, who is also contributing to the other product and threatening to ban them on the spot. So I think this whole thing with this It's a Ken dude almost in a way kind of proves that level of behavior exists here.
Absolutely. Like, if RTU has spies, I mean, who's to say that Phil doesn't? You know what I mean? And also, honestly, like, this investigator stuff, you doing this, you possibly looking into, like, what was it, JF? Like, this is amazing content. This is, like, I think this is your I think this is going to be the next big iteration. I mean, playing video games is awesome. It's really fun and stuff, but like, I feel like this will be an amazing idea. You being on the ground, you know what I'm saying? I think it was great, and I loved you on the casino, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Literally so much.
Yeah, I felt bad because like I basically didn't know what they really wanted, so I just did the call on my phone. I probably should have did it on the desktop. So I'm sorry for the quality, but yeah, it was great to chat with those guys. I could have think it would have been better if we just had a conversation because you're playing this hot new Nintendo release. But I'm glad you guys did enjoy it for what it was.
Honestly, like I was hoping they were going to keep me around because they were going to start watching Phil, and you as like a Phil, you know, former fan, I think that would have been great to have you sit in on that. And honestly, man, since you're kind of like friends with the casino and you know they're good and genuine and stuff, like I would say, and I know I've brought this up before, but I think now's the perfect time for me to say it is, I think you should possibly even consider reaching out to Steve Cambion or vice versa, because he's always talked about you on, he's always been great, and it's mainly for the fact not to mess with you. It's the same thing as the casino. Wants you on. He covers Phil a lot. He does a lot of like pig roasts.
Well, like I said, I find it incredible. Like I said, yeah, I was a fan. A lot of this stuff I just kind of put out of my head, or like as a fan, I tried to justify a lot of this behavior and just say, well, it's nobody's business. I put in about 10 plus hours of research into tonight's show, and again, the same with RTU. I feel like I barely rubbed my finger on the surface. So big ups to these guys really doing the legwork and getting the full picture here. But anyway, I want to thank you for your call, and thank you for your kind words, brother.
Anytime, sir. You have a great rest of your day.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if we got one more. We do have some more requests. I don't want to go too long because I want to get into the main bread and butter here, the program, which is his current marriage, current situation. I'm already getting hot, so we'll give at least one more fan a chance to call in and give your thoughts on this whole panderly portion of the program. And if not, okay, we do have some. Oh, we missed your call. We got another fan here again. I will keep your identity secret here, but welcome to the program. What are your thoughts on the introduction portion of this show? What are your comments?
Just moment. Bro, Phil is a homosexual. The other product, he's gay.
Yeah, okay, well.
She presents. She's bent over on the bed presenting. He's gay.
Okay, very, very interesting perspective, but that's not the way we're doing things here. I want intelligent feedback, thought out feedback. Attacking someone's sexuality is not the way we're going to go here. We'll take one more, and then we're moving on. We got a lot of topics to cover here, so maybe you guys would rather call in when we get into more of the current situation here, but I still appreciate everybody who wants to participate. Okay, so I guess we're just going to move on. Thank you, everybody. Hopefully you're enjoying things here. Just let me look at my notes here. Next, we will be getting into the introduction of Cat, his now woman here. So there's a lot of history about this too. Like again, a lot of this is just from my own research, my own notes. It's not the gospel. No, legal standing here. This is just my perspective on things. So this is Cat Burnell here now, who again, and I mean the cycle kind of repeats itself. And we're going to get into it. We do have a video here on it. But again, she was a fan. She was a fan that somehow ended up in contact with Darkside Phil. The two were going back and forth. She was somewhat active in his community in the form of his chat. The two had conversations. And what had happened was, again, he had her down. He didn't get down in the car and visit his thrill. His thrill made her way to him. So you kind of see Again, it's almost, in a way, a pattern behavior. And you can make the argument, like, is this kind of thing, you know, like taking advantage of your fan base? Was it a genuine attraction? Was it meant to be? We don't know. You know, that's not for me to have an opinion on. But it's very interesting to me that the same pattern of behavior, when he already had his experience with the panderly, which was like a very similar situation, and here it is happening again. So here he is. This is directly from the other product's social media account, his Instagram account, flaunting off the thrill. Here she is. This was sort of like the first introduction to this individual, and there was a whole story here. Oh, I have a note here that there was allegations that allegedly she was an escort. Fans are trying to throw this story together that actually this woman that he had been building up, because before he gave her the full frontal glory shot here to present her to the audience, that there was some other photos of, there was one in particular that I noted here, her decorating his Christmas tree. So around the holidays, I guess that's when she initially came out and forward, and the two had spent time together. I couldn't concretely come up with any kind of timeline here of how long she was a fan, or how long these two were communicating. But I would guess it would be within like a 2 to 1 year span from the research I have compiled here. But that is not confirmed. So this was the introduction. And again, we have another video here to speak on. We're going to go back to the video screen here, and I'm going to give my thoughts on this. So again, I mean, the guy had already had a pretty crappy situation in a prior serious relationship, and I feel like I'm repeating myself here again. Here he goes again, and he makes a decision. This was another big moment in the career of Phil,
right, hello everybody,
where he decided to drag his piece of butt on the camera and, you know, introduce her. We're going to take a look at this, and what I really want to analyze is what this looks like. I mean, like, what their connection, what their body language, you know, the relationship psychology here really looks like. We're gonna this is 17 minutes. I don't know if we're gonna watch the whole thing, but we're gonna play some portions of it here, and we're gonna give our thoughts. So this is the introduction to Kat, and things are gonna move forward, and we're gonna get into the nitty-gritty here. So like I said, we will be doing another call-in portion. I do want to thank It's Me Ken has gifted 10 subs. He's hot on that YouTube alternative, so thank you, Ken. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the program. And we also have Funky Monk has super chatted $1.99. Well deserved for tackling the subject. Well, yeah, that dude. I was afraid all night. You know, all I could picture was this man, you know, pacing back and forth. Oh, this effing PWR, this effing PWR. You know, Kat sitting on the couch, you know, staring into space, disassociating herself, while he breaks into a rant that, you know, I'm doing this coverage. But like I said, I mean, this is different than these other guys that do this type of thing, because I like to look at the humans involved. I look at the situation. Somebody brought up that he aged quite a bit since the last introduction that he did. The beard is a little grayer, so definitely an indication that some time had passed. I don't think there was any indication on if he had any other partners or anything in between this panderly and this relationship. So again, we're going to watch this. This was the first time after the photos were released that these two actually had an interaction. I think it'll be interesting to kind of get a perspective on the dynamic here. I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen this, but we're going to watch it together for tonight's investigation. So here we go. This is special vlog. Meet Kat. Our plans moving forward. All right, here we go.
Phil and Kat here. and welcome to a special video that we've been planning on working on for a while. Kat has been living with me now for a month. Yeah, in fact, as of tonight, well, as of
so they had been starting living in sin. Now, just first off, I kind of get the impression she actually seems somewhat in a good mood here.
All right,
she's
hello,
smiling.
Everybody. Phil and Kat here.
See, right there, she kind of looks like she shifts into a little bit like, ooh, I don't know about this. What am I getting myself into? This is just my analysis. I'm not a psychologist. I read a lot of this type of stuff. I love watching like body language videos and researching that stuff. So in a way, it's interesting because as you start the video, I kind of see that self-doubt kind of creep in there.
All right, hello everybody. Phil and Kat.
Right there. There it is. Let's continue.
Kat here, and welcome to a special video that we've been planning on working on for a while.
See, even that look she gives there sort of seems like
a special video that
she looks at him for a second and then look.
Planning on working.
She's kind of got that look in her eyes like, I don't know about this. That's my opinion. I don't know. That's just we're only like 2 seconds in. But that's what I get here. Maybe she's just not very comfortable in front of the camera. I mean, a lot of us are not comfortable in front of the camera. So that could be what's going on here. But, ooh, that look, brother, that look, that's not a look of love to me. But let's keep going. And as a matter of fact, I believe that this was before they got married, too. So at this point, they were just like partners or whatever.
Working on for a while. Kat has been living with me now for a month. Yeah, in fact, as of tonight, well, as of midnight tonight, you'll have been here exactly 1 month. Yeah. In Washington, living with me, and you know,
again, it's shocking that somebody is in a situation, and I know things are different in the States than they are here in Canada, but to just like pack up your life and move, like, you know, however many states away. I don't know where she originated from. But I mean, that's insane, man. That is like the ultimate roll of the dice, man. And the thing is, too, like, if she was a fan, kind of like me as well, when I was a fan, a lot of his behaviors I just kind of threw to the side and was like, I don't care. Like, who really cares, like, what he does or, like, his personal stuff? Like, maybe this is kind of like the same type of thing, because it's like she had to know at some point what she was getting into. I mean, it goes from one thing of just watching a content creator and kind of justifying their behavior because you like the content, to like getting in the damn bed with the guy and moving in with the guy. So that's two completely different levels of, you know, throwing your baggage to the side here. We do have some more super chats. I'll read those before we continue on. We got Ziga, super chat $2. Weird, Phil calls them a family while not having kids. And then we have Anime Girl Holding a White Monster, friend of the channel, a super chat $10. This one's for all the hot young dudes not living in sin. Keep it up, PWR, just like myself. Thank you, Anime Girl Holding a White Monster. So let's continue, because this is going to take some time to analyze here.
A lot of questions in regards to my viewership and my fan base asking, why hasn't Phil done videos with Kat? Why aren't there vlogs? Why hasn't she been in gameplay? Why hasn't she been
see, that right there is a mistake too. I hope you guys can hear this. I'm going to replay that because that's actually very interesting that he brings that up, and I'll address that.
Videos with Kat. Why aren't there videos asking viewership in my fan base?
Here.
Asking.
So he's addressing like the fans and the viewers asking, why isn't there videos with the cat? Why isn't there content with the cat?
Why hasn't Phil done videos with Kat? Why aren't there vlogs? Why hasn't she been in gameplay? Why hasn't she been on streams? You know, and I hear it from both sides. I hear it from very positive people, you know, the kind of people who hang out on my streams daily and we have a great time. And of course, you got the negative idiots who constantly have to spin it in a negative way.
So that's interesting because, like I already said, it feels like I'm constantly repeating myself. Another thing I want to bring up too is when he refers to himself like in the third person, like in my opinion, it's almost like he's trying to like disassociate himself from what he is. Like I never understood why he did that. Why he'd be like, you know, Phil said that, like, it almost seems like he's literally trying to disassociate himself from his own self here. But again, it's like, why would you give in? You know, you already had this situation where you spent a few years with this partner, and clearly there was a very decisive audience in if people wanted this person a part of the community or not. And then it's like not even a month living together, he's already cracking under the pressure of, oh, I got to bring her in front of my audience. I got to do content with her because the fans are bringing it up. Like, that's insane to me, dude. That's exactly like you didn't clearly learn anything from your prior situation here. And I would like to think, you know, after you're in a relationship, you know, and things don't go well, you look at the bad and you grow from it and you make changes and you adapt. And you know, I think if he wanted a chance for this to be like successful and a real relationship outside of work, like, this shouldn't have taken place.
Something must be wrong, and there's a reason why, you know, he hasn't been in everything yet. So the reason we're making this video today, very simply, is to kind of explain a little bit about what's going on, and let you guys know exactly what.
Yeah, but why? It's literally like he's giving me that vibe of like, I don't know, somebody who's like in trouble. Like somebody that's like trying to justify behaviors here that are like abnormal. And I don't get that. Very, very bizarre, very, I can feel the heightened anxiety building as he's talking. He's like, oh, no, we want to make sure we explain everything that's going on here. There's nothing weird going on. Like, what is going through your head here, man?
The future, give you some perspective on how things are going to be approached when it comes to having her in, you know, videos and streams and content. And a little bit of an explanation as to why there hasn't been a lot, okay, up to this point. All right.
Because this isn't organic. Like, I think if you had a partner who knows what you do and knows, like, what the concept is, I think a good partner would be like, hey, like, I'm proud of you. Do your thing. I'll be over here. You be over there. I really feel like there's something very not organic. I don't know many streamers who just bring their wife on, you know, really. Maybe some do, maybe some don't. But I think if you really want to approach that kind of content, like, it's got to be like organic. You got to feel like you're just having fun with your partner or whatever, or you feel comfortable introducing your partner or your behind the scenes life into your content. This does not appear like this at all. This is like very hasty, like, oh my God, I need to, you know, get this all cleared up and like get this in front of everybody so people know what's really going on. And this is just like blowing my mind as I watch this. So I'll try not to talk too much more. I really apologize, guys. Just when I get into this type of stuff and I'm looking and you know, listening to people, I get a lot of ideas in my head. So I'll kind of dial it back a bit because we still got quite a bit to go. We have a super chat from BG Sim, has super chat $10. She exploded in size, but that's what happened when you lock your wife in the house and never go out. They only go out and shop, eat, never just walk. He's definitely controlling, and she takes it. Well, we're going to get into that stuff a little later on, so we'll speak about that later. Let's continue on with this.
First of all, she's lived here for a month, right?
Yeah.
And have you had a good time, at least in the month that you've been here?
Not at all, really. Actually, I'm just joking. It's actually been really good here. I actually really love it here.
I don't know if you guys can hear it that well. It's pretty low.
I'm not going to say where.
Right. For reasons we're going to explain, obviously, in this video.
Yeah, but no, I really love it here, and I love being with Phil, and
like, he just seems super anxious, man, like,
to do in the future.
to me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the good news is, it's been a month. Everything's been going together swimmingly for us. Like, when you think of all the hurdles that we had that we thought, oh, man, this might be a pain in the ass. Like, getting your driver's license or car insurance or health. All that stuff's, boom. It's been, like, really easy transition, right?
Yeah,
Let's just skip ahead a little bit.
Life. Now, I know this is a huge change for those of you who've been longtime viewers and fans of mine. As you know, I used to pretty much share every single thing on a daily basis, right? I used to tell you about my feelings about everything, what was going on behind the scenes of the camera, whether it was personal stuff, financial stuff, whatever it was. Always
again, it's like, why? It's like, what, to what end? And the thing is, like, when people lie, in my opinion, like, when people lie, I don't think they're necessarily like evil, destructive people. I think certain people that have like the biological makeup to lie or to like stretch the truth, I think they do suffer from like a guilty conscience. And that guilt sort of manifests into like a very manic state of anxiety. And like that's what I feel like is taking place right here. It's just a lot of this stuff doesn't have to be justified, and you're bringing this poor woman into this world that you know all about. I mean, I just find it hard to justify that he was like, this is going to be fine, that nothing bad is going to come from this. I'm just going to be transparent and put it all out there and just hope it's kind of, dust in the wind, and I can keep going back and doing what I'm doing. It's hard for me to really analyze like what was going through his head for this initial introduction that they did together here.
Oh, right. And to some extent that was a positive. I feel that I had a great...
Look at her right there. Like, again, like I can tell, like, I think she does have some kind of like anxiety disorder. I think they both do, in my opinion. I can't diagnose anybody, but I can really tell even from just watching a couple seconds of this. And I explained it before. It's like a friggin' weed high, man. Like 1 minute you're like, I'm sure a lot of us have been in that situation. Like you're at somebody's house or something. You're 16, 17 years old. You're passing around the joint. You're all laughing. But then just in that split second, you're like, ooh, like you feel it in your stomach. You kind of get a little anxious. That's what I feel like is going on right here with this poor woman.
Connection with my audience, but as you guys know, sadly over the years there's been some really malicious parties out there who've used that personal information to do really harmful things, including doxing, swatting, and doing all kinds of malicious, slanderous, just negative things, toxic things on the internet regarding myself and my family and friends. Things in the past, it's been horrible in a lot of things.
Okay, one second. I don't want to be messing around with too much stuff here, but I guess some people are saying, if I can figure out how to do it, I'm not going to spend too much time. We'll just have to roll with it. But some people are getting upset because the alerts are too loud and they're interrupting the flow of what's going on here. So I don't even know if I can fix that. I'll see if I can. If I can't, we're just going to have to go with it. And I apologize for that. I mean, if you want, I can just delete the alert box if you guys would just rather that. Let me know before we continue on here. Do you want me just to take the alert box off? Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I always want to make sure your contributions are recognized and you get a chance to have your name come up or whatever. But yeah, we'll just go with that. And I apologize, guys. So we're going to continue on here. I don't want to break my flow of consciousness here because I'm hot. I'm just getting in the zone, and we're still kind of just we're in an hour in, and we've only gotten to like part 3 out of 11 that I want to do. So let's keep going.
Would do this stuff, okay? So in the last year, I made a conscious effort to not be as tell you everything up front, because there's some things that, quite honestly, you guys don't need to know. You don't need to know every single moment of what's going on with me off camera, what we're doing.
He's still doing it, though.
Together off camera and stuff like that. And the bottom line is there would be people that if we were constantly sharing everything would use that against us. Yep. To do now.
Yeah, like they're doing, and like they're still doing, like we're doing here, because we're like literally sitting here analyzing this whole thing because he made a conscious decision to parade his wife in front of his audience. It's hard to know like exactly what the end game to this was. Some people have made the claim that the reason he was doing this is just to be like, look what I have, look what an adult I am, look how mature I am. That's sort of the feedback that I get from a lot of the fans. And I mean, that makes sense, but it's hard to tell because like, I feel like maybe in the early stages when they may have had a conversation, because clearly she was a fan. It's not like she met him and then found out he did YouTube or something. She knew like what he was or who he was. maybe there was conversations like, yeah, I'd like to be a part of your content, but in this initial introduction, I feel like once she got into the flames of the fire here, you can tell, like, look at her, man. I think she was like really having like a crisis of conscience here. Like, ooh, I don't know if I want to really be involved in this or not.
I didn't even let you guys know that I had been dating Kat for months last year. It wasn't until late last year, 2017, when I even revealed it. And then when I revealed it, immediately accusations that she doesn't exist and it's bullshit, he's making this up.
Yeah, like
So
the
then I
stuff
took a
we got
picture-
into about people saying it was apparently like an escort. Dude, he might have been better off just getting a freaking escort. I mean, he's got the money for it, right?
Of you decorating the Christmas tree, right? And then you got crazy ass conspiracy theories about you don't exist. You're an
Here he goes.
escort, or you were someone with a wig on. Like this insanity, like fucking insanity of what people just come up with out of nowhere with no kind of factual basis or whatever, just because they want to cause drama and all kinds of toxic shit on the
Like
internet.
nobody's causing the drama here other than you. You're parading, you're gift wrapping the drama and handing it off to these crazy people to run with it. That's exactly your doing here, Mr. Other Product.
So purposely, we knew that when we were going to finally have, you can't introduced into stuff, that it was going to have to be a careful process, a calculated process, not just, oh, you're here day one, immediately just start putting out daily vlogs every single day. Yeah. And, you're in every stream that I do, every playthrough now you're here.
See, this is not organic to me. This doesn't feel like a partner who's like proud of their boyfriend who does streaming and just kind of wants to be a part of it because they love that person, and they're like, yeah, because I think that's an important thing about relationships is there's always like a middle ground. There's like a comfort zone where you're into what you're into, you're passionate about what you're passionate about, but there's kind of like this other level where like you kind of do your best to understand and maybe not necessarily participate, but understand, each other's interests, hobbies, passions, jobs, whatever it is. And it seems like in this situation, not that comfort zone and that other kind of gray area is being very forced. And it's being done in a very calculated way instead of just, hey, I feel like coming on the show with you here tonight. Instead it feels like she's very much pulled by the arm. And I wouldn't say forced to do this, but it just, when I'm watching this, and we're not going to watch much more of it because we're going to be moving on, I just want to get an analysis of this first introduction. It just doesn't feel very like organic or very, very enjoyable. It feels like a very anxious, stressful situation here, and you can feel it. I can feel it. I'm getting like goosebumps just imagining sitting next to this guy getting wrapped up in this stuff.
Basically, we want it to be something that when it does happen, it's special, right?
Yeah.
If we're gonna
So this is the moment that it's happening, and this is supposed to be the special moment here.
Do a video together of a game playthrough, we want it to be a game that both of us really enjoy, and we've built up to doing this as something where we're both involved in it, not just, oh, it's the first co-op game possible.
And you gotta wonder too, like how much of this in his head, because I gotta move on because I got a lot of thoughts about this. I'll be here all freaking day talking about this, but it kind of comes to my mind too, like how much of this was like done for like monetary expectations, and how much of it was done because he wanted to genuinely just have time with his partner and, introduce her to his world and his audience. Was there some kind of expectation like, oh, the fans are going to be happy for me, so they're going to, throw me a big amount of money here. Anyway, so let's move on because this stuff is crazy. Like, I feel like looking into this stuff is like a freaking university level scholarship you need to have. So that was the initial introduction. As you can tell, I gave my thoughts on it. Didn't come across like the most genuine situation. I think if this dude really wanted a chance, I mean, clearly, we don't know. We haven't gotten to the point of the discussion if it's a successful relationship, a successful marriage or not. But this is your first mistake. I think not learning from the past, not having insight into like what you're perceived as, what your audience and your haters perceive you as. and still deciding to drag this poor woman in front of that toxic element in your life. I mean, it might be the way that you make money. It might be the way you put food on the table. But I think he at some point has to have some, insight into sort of like dragging this person in front of that. It's almost like collateral damage, dude. Like, you do enough damage to yourself. It's like, why drag somebody else in the crossfire here and just kind of roll the dice? Like, what are you really expecting here? Are you expecting that everybody's going to turn around and be like, oh, this guy doesn't deserve to be trolled and have a Kiwi farm thread and all this stuff because he's got a girlfriend? He's going to be doing co-op with her. No, that is not reality. That is not the world that you live in. All right. So we're going to move back onto the slideshow here. I'm just going to look at my next video here. We do have, and apparently this guy doesn't like me, so whatever. I really don't care. We are going to play his video anyway for a couple minutes. But we do have one more video before I get into we're going to step into the marriage stuff. So we might go back to the Discord after we cover this. But yes, we do have James, the Lesser Express Lane, with his video speaking about how Kiwi Farms found proof that Kat was a starstruck fan of the other products. So we're going to briefly take a look at this together, just to give some more context onto, how he meets these women. And see what could be really going on, if he's learning from his mistakes or not.
The owl says hoot.
And by the way, it wasn't like, oh my God, she's a starstruck fan of mine, and now she's madly in love with me because she likes my YouTube.
I'm gonna move ahead a bit here.
Look in the profile, and it says this person, Kat, has 27 comments on the channel, The King of Hate Vlogs.
Okay, so some people here are, it's hard to see. I'm looking at it on my screen here, so I'm sorry if you can't really read it. But we have some stuff here, people saying, like, they're clicking on the profile. It says this person, Kat, has 27 comments on the channel King of Hate Vlogs. And I believe that was a channel he was using, like, a while ago. So she must have been a fan for a decent amount of time. They clicked on the profile. The channel has a few uploads. That's when people started finding out. I guess she did her own content. And she did some baking videos. So there was proof found on that alternative message board that she was a commenter, that she was part of his content as far as being a fan. And here is just a quick look at, I guess this here was her original channel in which somebody said he married a dent. This, I guess, was the channel that was found that was linked to how they potentially got in communication, which is interesting, the work that they do over there on that alternative message board. I'm just taking a brief look. I'm not going to play the whole video. I'm just kind of looking for some evidence here that proves that they were in communication. And we're talking about that King of Hate Vlogs, and that's not like a very active channel he was using for a long time. So I'm not seeing. Okay, one second. This is interesting here. Somebody comments, so not a starstruck fan, huh? Pictures down below. But the most interesting comment was, this is my first month as a patron. That is January 2016. I started searching for DSP's playthrough of games I know she likes. I found a comment on DSP Gaming Channel, and it said she had left 78 comments on that channel. Long story short, I found a few of her comments and have screenshots if people are interested. But the main one worth posting is from DSP's playthrough of One Piece Pirate Warrior Part 1, which was uploaded. So this is a good analysis of when they would have been talking, September 25th, 2012. There is a content, and that could potentially be when he was with that other piece of butt, that other fan that he was living in sin with, where she started shooting her shot, I guess, as a fan. There's a comment from Kat on the video that is at least 8 years old. And it says, Phil called Luffy the Monkey King. That was awesome. Interesting. So again, somebody brings up a point here, and I'll read this in case you guys can't see it. Kat was a Starstruck fan of Phil for years. And of course, he lied about it for reasons. Look, man, if she was a fan, that's cool, but don't effing lie about it. And damn sure don't lecture other people on grooming, blanking their fans. This doesn't mean he cheated on Panda. And maybe a lot of what he knew about her was true from his perspective. And so they make the comment unlikely. But it's clear she was a fan. I mean, clearly 78 comments going that far back from 2012. Clearly she was a fan. Knew who he was before even retweeting him in late 2016, when I guess he was alleging when they first started getting in communication here. And that he used his influence on her to get her to abandon her social media, her potential career in streaming, so he could have a maid. And that's coming from that alternative message board. That's not coming from my mouth. And to his mods and fans, how many times is he going to lie to you before you see him for what he is? So that's pretty major. The fact that there's a possibility that this individual, this cat, could have been on his radar going back as like 2012. Like, that's pretty wild. And I don't see any kind of mention here of when they actually got in contact. You see here, she was retweeting some of his stuff. That's 2016. I guess that's what he's referring to as what the other product indicates is when they were, you know, in communication. Time speaking about the PS4 Pro. So let's just continue on, then we'll move on because I want to get into the marriage stuff here. Somebody on that alternative message board platform says, before I forget, if he lies about this or tries to deny it, take this into account. He has a female fan named Kat. She really likes Persona. She's into anime. She likes baking. She stopped uploading gameplay clips to her YouTube channel June 8th, 2016. And Chaos Realm 01, which I do believe is the cat, creates a Twitter account in August of 2016 and starts retweeting DSP's Horse Blank, referring to his postings on that X platform, Twitter at that time, on September 7th. Chaos Realm also creates a YouTube account specifically for gameplay on December 31st, 2016. And if all else fails, there's one absolute way to verify, but that won't be necessary unless DSP lies, denies, especially if he tries to spin the situation for sympathy, which we already pretty much indicated that he did. And on the 0.001% chance it's all coincidence and he can prove it, I'll be right here to take my medicine, but it'll probably be a waste of time for him to start holding his phone up to the screen and start showing evidence, because what if another piece of info gets out and they can use that? And they posted a lot of archives here proving that this wasn't, as I get into. And here we have another comment here from the cat saying, thanks for answering my question about the new One Piece game, Phil. There is a story mode in the game called Paramount War Mode, which takes you through the story of One Piece's biggest arcs ever. So with this James the Lesser content here, it proves that this was not organic, that this is not, I feel, you know, somebody that he met through friends or met at a sports bar, you know, at some kind of event. This was somebody that was on his radar for a significant amount of time, unfortunately. I mean, some of these messages are going back to 2012. Now we're getting into more 2016, 2017. So that's kind of concerning. I mean, again, it's a pattern of behavior that I guess, like, people are always accusing the guy never getting out of the house. This kind of proves that as far as relationships go, and we're looking back, that this would be, you know, on his indication, his second major relationship. It was from the comment section, so that's very concerning to me. So anyway, we're going to move back. We're going to move forward here. I just got to spin through some of these things. Don't look at what we're going to be getting into because I kind of screwed up. Here it is. So before we get into the marriage, because I got a lot to say, we're an hour in. We're making pretty good time here. Let's take another moment to reach out to the fans if you want to give your perspective on anything to do with the cat before the wedding situation took place. We do have another super chat from Anime Girl Holding a White Monster. Has super chat $2. All great detectives need a cat. So thank you. And a Hot Sauce, friend of the channel, has super chatted $1.99. Wait, so is Cat dented? Is she special needs? We'll wait and see, and we're going to get into that going forward. So we're going to reach out to the fans, Discord. My name is on the top here. 1 second. Sorry, I did miss some of your calls because I wasn't doing the portion, so I'm opening up the lines here now. So call in, and we'll get your guys' perspective. We do have a great friend of the channel here. Again, appreciate your call. I'm going to keep your identity secret for your own safety, your own protection. How are you doing? Great to talk with you, dude. What are your thoughts?
What's up, PWR? So this content you do is amazing. So I want to fill in some holes.
Sure. Yeah, we appreciate that. Go ahead, man.
Okay, so Kat, when she met Phil, there's, I guess, some rumors that she was with someone.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Subaru Man?
Yeah, actually, thanks for keeping me on track, because actually we can get into that really briefly together here. But that is true, and I actually have notes on that too. I totally forgot about that. That actually, there was allegations, of course, that prior to her fleeing where she was from, that I guess there was a situation with an ex-boyfriend. Apparently there was, protection orders in place dealing with this situation. And she, ran to the protective arms of Phil here.
Correct. So I'm pretty sure there's even turned up that there were charges filed against him, that she filed charges on him.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if those charges stuck.
Right.
But I'm pretty sure somebody had showed some evidence of some charges being filed against him. So the hole I want to feel is, in that original video that you just brought up,
yeah,
you say how she kind of looks disjointed and not really comfortable.
Right.
I think that was her way of letting Subaru Man know, and Phil's way of letting him know that now she was with Phil.
Right.
So maybe he tried to contact her, maybe he sent some emails, because that's what happens in relationships. Even when you have the stay away order, you figure out little avenues to discreetly contact them where you can't get in trouble. And I think that was kind of Phil's way of putting his foot down and saying, "Oh no, she's mine now."
Wow, that's pretty ballsy. That's pretty ballsy, brother.
I think she wanted to remain quiet and hidden. That way he couldn't find her. And that's why she looks uncomfortable.
Do you think that could be like a reason why she's coming across in that video that we just reviewed as like so anxious and so timid? Because maybe she was just afraid of being on the camera and having that situation sort of looming in the background here.
So I don't want to jump too far ahead. If you bring it up later, I'll just call back in later. But are you going to be talking about her sister today?
No, I didn't get too much into that. So if you guys want to bring that forward, you can.
Okay, well, I'll just let the conversation evolve. You're doing a great job, really enjoying it. I'll look forward to the rest of it.
All right, thank you for your call. Very interesting perspective. Yeah, that is true. I did forget to bring that up. I do have that in my notes. But yes, apparently she was fleeing from a very concerning situation here as well, dealing with all this stuff, being on the internet, being in this guy's orbit on top of this. We do have another caller here. How are you doing? What do you want to add to the conversation tonight?
1, 2, 3, you there, bud?
You are there. You're sounding great. What's up?
I'm not picking you up.
I'm here.
You're not coming through my audio, friend.
Okay, just call back. Try calling back. 1 second here. Oh yeah, we do have somebody reaching out. He says, thanks for the friend request. It's me. I'm not going to say his name. But at some point, I would love to call in and discuss everything, just not feeling it today. But you have my full support. Stay young and hot. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Like I said, I want to provide an avenue for like former fans, people who feel victimized by these situations to come forward. So there'd be a perfect opportunity for you to reach out. Can you hear me now, brother?
I'll have to listen to you on the stream, but
okay. Let's just do it the way we can. So what's your comment leading into the marriage between the cat and Mr. Burnell here? Go ahead.
I can't hear you, nothing.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I do apologize, but we got to keep going forward here. Oops. Okay, so some people are just sending messages that I'm not going to read, unfortunately, and I do apologize for that. But we want calls. We want fans to actually step up and come forward. We've received a really great message. Somebody's talking about some stuff going on Kick. I do appreciate that, but just, I'll have to deal with that off the line here. But you better behave over there, because I'm doing my thing here. We don't need that crap. So I guess since nobody else is calling in, we'll get into the marriage situation. I got some notes here. I got a lot to say. So where are we here? All right, so we're going to get into the wedding. So basically, I was going to play that video, but it's like 3 hours long. I just got a couple boiler points here. Again, this is just from what I've compiled. This isn't, you know, maybe I should watch the video, but for the sake of time here, I'm just going to go through my notes and I'm going to bring it up. So, leading into the marriage, so it was made known that these two were together for a long time. The other product was doing funding for what he claims to be tax-related purposes. I guess there was a lot of concern about the tax that he was going to be paying, and he made that transparent to his audience, allegedly, that a lot of the funds that he was receiving were going to go to that. But apparently there was a bombshell come out. He did a video on it where out of nowhere, you know, he ended up getting married. And like I talked about before, I listened to the whole situation of how this went down. And like I said, from the way he describes it, from my notes here, so this isn't directly from his mouth, this is just from my notes. The two were shopping at a local mall and happened to notice rings were on sale. They decided, why not just do this now? They picked out rings, and later that evening they got engaged. Which is kind of sad. It's like, literally, it's like something, you wake up on a Tuesday morning and you're just like, yeah, let's get married. Like that to me, there's no like romance there, you know, there's no big surprise. There's nothing from the heart there. It's kind of sad that was the level they were at. And it's not always about like the money. He did make comments here. He was talking about how people say things such as the certain amount that you need to pay for your partner's ring. He trashes that. And yeah, so that's what it was. Just, yeah, Tuesday morning, rings are on sale, let's just do it. Which is, again, I mean, I can't imagine them being together at that point too long. I think within my timeline here, between that and when this took place, would have been about a year, 2 years. They're already living together, and I guess, you know, the stars aligned, and they just said, let's just go for it. So then there's another major allegation here where the wedding itself, allegedly what did happen was Phil decided that he was going to do it with the help of his family, which I guess from my notes is his mom and dad. So he traveled back to his own stomping grounds, Connecticut. They did the wedding there. It seems like they just did a very standard, and I'm not trashing the guy, dude, because like, there's a lot of different types of weddings. There's the grand, crystal, golden shower, $1 million bridegroom dress, like, and then there's more simpler ones. Some people just go down to the courthouse and do it, and I guess from what I understand, that's what they did. Or they did it at their family's house. They just went through the bare minimum necessary steps in order to get this thing going. But the real controversy here was the fans felt that he grifted his audience for emergency funds related to tax purposes, and then he surprised everybody with the fact that they had gotten married. And a lot of people were wondering, where did this money come from? What happened to the money that you asked for us for the taxes? So he did a podcast trying to justify that, and wrote it off as, well, my parents paid for it, from my understanding. Like I said, I watched the video last night and just took some brief notes here. I'm just reading the comments here. That's pretty funny. So there's the picture, and there was a lot of controversy with that too, because he spoke about in this video that a lot of people were trashing him on his wedding post, posting hateful and mean comments. And like I said, how would you not expect that? Your Instagram is public, and you know what you are, you know who you are. So if you were going to put that type of content out there, you should have really known that anything you post, especially with a sensitive situation like this, is going to get mocked, ridiculed. And again, it's beyond that too, because I think with that whole mix-in of the fans, I think at one time, people wanted to help this guy, man. Like, that's how I feel, and I don't want to derail too much. But, right now, I'm doing YouTube, I'm not working, I'm but I'll never get to the point where I'm like, guys, like, I have rent due. Like, you guys got to step it up. And I think when DSP started transitioning into that, I think there was still more than today, but there was an audience who wanted to help this guy, man. Just like I did that fundraiser, and a lot of people gave me crap for it. But the fans wanted me to do goals. I was against it for a long time. So I was like, if I'm going to do a goal, I'm going to do something that the fans want, and some way I can give back, which was me asking for the Switch 2. And I mean, at least that's related to my stream. At least it's related to doing content, getting new games, and celebrating them with the fans. And the fans wanted to help me, just like I think at one point, like they wanted to help him. Whether asking for a Switch 2 and asking to pay your taxes is two totally different avenues of support here. But yeah, I do think around this time, like, people still wanted to help this guy. And I just feel in this whole situation, he wasn't transparent about what his intentions were. I don't think he even knew what his intentions were. It just seemed like this was not an organic marriage. It was a very much hasty sort of, let's just get this over with, let's just get this done. He also mentions that there was, I'm just clarifying my notes here in my PWR evidence folder here, that there was pressure on him from family, specifically his mom, who for many years had been asking, when are you going to get married? When are you going to get married? So he was feeling a lot of family pressure, and I guess just the responsibility of being an adult. Now, people have talked about this before, that he does seem like one of those persons. We're going to get into that too. We're going to get into that whole sphere, and as again, I can't diagnose anybody, but in my opinion, my non-educated opinion, like, this guy is a narcissist, man, like to a T. And we're going to kind of get in later on how that plays in to how he sees his wife, how he exists in this relationship with her and how he views it, and not only how he views it, but how his fans view it and how that affects him. So very much a trophy mentality when it comes to making this major life decision. And you got to remember, like, when you get involved in this type of thing, it doesn't just affect you, it affects the other person. And she just seemed very compliant in this whole situation. I mean, we don't know what goes on behind the scenes. Like, she was a fan. We've clarified that. So I think there was a little bit of like a power imbalance here at play. And that mixed in with his expectations when it comes to his life and where he should be when it comes to having a partner, when it has come to being married, has sort of created what we see here. I don't, in my heart, feel when I look at this picture like this is two people that are meant to be together and the stars aligned, and I'm not going to say they don't love each other, but I feel like there's something else here that isn't exactly like, you know, this is meant to be together. This feels like something that was very rushed and something that I don't think, like, if I was to get married to someone, like, I'd have to be with them for like years, like 5 years, 10, maybe even 10. I don't know, especially in this modern era. Like, marriage is something I don't agree with at all. But I would be long in the cold, dead ground before I got married to someone within like 1 or 2 years. Like, this is craziness to me. So again, he also mentions that there was no honeymoon, and we talked about that before, and we're going to get into that again later. I think people kind of harp on that a bit much. I think that is a reality, I think, in this day and age, that there's a lot of couples who don't end up having their honeymoon. But I think in this situation, that is because there wasn't a lot of planning. There wasn't a lot of insight into this marriage here. They were just sort of like, let's just get this done, and we'll just kind of put the rest of it down the road, you know, instead of having these important conversations, making plans, you know, building the future together. So what is next here? So we got into that. The two are married now. The two are living together. She is part of his life, part of his career when it comes to, you know, the income. We're gonna get into like the income side of stuff too at some point. But that's kind of what it is from my research, because not a lot has been put out there other than the video that he did. It was a 2-part, so it was about 2 hours. I watched it last night. I wasn't going to sit here and analyze the whole thing, so I just watched it and just took a couple brief notes on it. And I've talked about it before, but I don't know. I when I watched the video, it just seems like there was just this very hectic, like, we just got to get this done any way possible. We got to make sure we involve the family, and just like, then it's done and we can just move on and live our lives. Again, every relationship is different. Every expectation in a relationship is different. Maybe they were fine with this. Maybe they did come to a common ground where I just in my heart can't say like they loved each other so much that they had to get married. You know, it felt like almost more of like, well, we might as well. Like, let's just go for it and just worry about it later. Like, that's the feeling I get here. So we covered that. The two are married. We're going to move on. So after again and again, we had 2 instances of this. He couldn't leave the poor thing alone. He could not leave her alone. Like I said, I think it really shows a lack of insight into what you are, into who you are. And I think that's what I was trying to have a conversation with PP a little bit about there, was the fact that, like, this guy, I just don't think he has any kind of, like, insight into, like, who he really is. I mean, I really think he's still in that mentality that people do like him and people want to support him. They want to see him happy. And like, unfortunately, like, especially this deep into like the freaking iceberg here, I just don't think that's reality. But for whatever reason, Kat, for a long time, just looking at my notes here, guys. Hopefully I'm holding this together too well. You can let me know. We do have some other super chats here. I'll just make sure I read those for you guys. We got Spicy Punk Rocker with $1.99. DSP getting hyper felted. And we got Smoke Up Bruh has super chat $10. Third place trophy wife. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say that, but that's almost the idea that I'm getting here, and a lot of other people have said as well. It's just more of a look at me, look what I have. And we're gonna get into more of that later as we continue on. But I just don't know. I mean, this may not have been the right person for him. It's like they say, it's not Mr. Right, but it's Mr. Right now. And I think that's sort of like, in her perspective, the mentality that she kind of went with, right? Right. So we're going to move on. So she eventually disappears from content for quite a while. We don't really know why. There was a lot of whispers in the wind of what was really going on, if she was scared off by the trolls. And I mean, she probably was, like, honestly, because she was sitting there. I think there was a comment he made in passing. Let me check my notes here, that there was apparently some pretty disgusting, troubling comments made that she took note of, and that upset her a lot on that first stream that we did. So, we move forward. I'm going to see what year this video took place here, because this was quite a while after the marriage. This is 2024. So, I think, what were we saying? That the marriage took place in like 2016, 17, 18, around that time. So, this is like years later. She had only really become like a whisper in the wind, you know, here and there in his streams. Cat's dinner, Cat's cooking, Cat this. But she wasn't a part of the content like I think he initially planned that she would be. So there were plans in the work. Now, I got to make sure I get this right. I'm trying my best, guys, here. But somewhere around this time, within the last few years, this young dude, I can't remember his name, he did a documentary on Boogie, who is a lol cow and had a successful featurette on him. And he had his eye on doing a dark side Phil documentary. The two were in talks. Apparently, this individual had actually been in the home here, and they had some initial conversations related to a similar documentary on DSP. Now, there was a lot of claims, allegations, not Mike Klum. Yeah, I apologize. That was his name, Mike Klum. I should have wrote that down. That he was, again, and it goes back to the Keno Casino thing too. It's like I said, a lot of what we're covering is like just patterns of behavior. It's like, it's an individual that doesn't grow as a person, doesn't learn from his mistakes, and continues the same behavior. But that is very apparent here, because there was plans for a documentary to be made, like I don't know, like a tell-all or just a behind the scenes, which I think would have been quite fascinating. I mean, it probably wouldn't have attracted the right type of audience, but I do think there would have been definitely a demand for it. I think the demand from the detractors and the haters probably would have outweighed the genuine people who wanted to see this done. But there were whispers in the wind that, I'm just reading here from my notes. Like I said, this is just based on my research. This isn't all 100% truth. It might be wrong. I mean, this is just what I've gathered here. That there were concerns on behalf of DSP of letting people inside of his home, letting audience or members of his community seeing what's really going on outside of the streaming room. And there were also concerns that we later learned in relation to his wife's changing appearance. Because at this point, we didn't really know, because we seen her, and I do have it up here that, and like I said, this is where things are going to get a little sensitive, and I don't know if you guys are if I'm going to give you what you want in regards to this topic, but there had been a significant change in appearance here. And apparently when this Mike Klum documentary was in production, there were concerns allegedly on the behalf of DSP that this was going to be a sensitive topic and something that he did not want to be put out there. So the documentary didn't go through. I guess at the last minute or something, he kind of changed his mind. It seems like one of those very much, oh, I'll dip my foot into it, but when the heat gets turned up, I'll turn my back and run away. We've seen that clearly with the Keno Casino stuff, and it was happening even beforehand with this. So what does he do? Instead of doing this documentary, having just a segment where his wife speaks and clearly has a change of an appearance, he makes the genius idea, oh, it's time to reintroduce my wife and bring her onto the camera again for co-op hangout. And we're going to check that out here. We're going to give our analysis on it.
So I'm just going to say this before we start, all right? Everyone, please be on your best behavior, only because if you haven't noticed, the moderators are here tonight.
Right there. He knows that this is not going to go well. Why else would he instruct his audience, please be on your best behavior, because this is going to be something people are going to make fun of. Something people are going. Somebody just super chatted and said, "Holy crap! Put your hat back on." No hat tonight. I'm embracing my childhood hero, Dr. Phil. Embracing the receding hairline. So no, I will not put my hat back on. But thank you for your $4.99. So anyway, yeah. So he decides to reintroduce her.
To be here on purpose.
He's starting it off with a warning. Like I think his content needs to have a warning, like a Surgeon's General warning on it beforehand at this point. But for whatever reason, he's preparing his audience. So even he himself, man, like knows, like this is not going to have a good reaction. So just be on your best behavior because you're going to be shocked, or and that is insane to me.
So they're all here, and since they're all here, that means if you guys act up and you reference detractor things and you say dumb shit, you're going to end up getting timed out, banned, or worse. And then I don't want to get 400 emails tomorrow on my day off from people begging me to be unbanned from the stream.
That's ridiculous.
Okay?
So the fact that he believes that this disclaimer is gonna like deter, like this guy has like I said, you got that alternative message board where they spend their whole time digging into everything. You got these YouTubers. I mean, we're kind of doing hopefully something a little different than the other dudes, but did you really genuinely believe that this stern warning to detractors was going to, change the course of something that in your heart, I mean, you're saying it right here, that's going to, cause harm to either yourself or your wife who you're parading on camera? Let's see how it goes.
Fair enough. Can we start? All right, ready?
There she is.
All right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Now this is something I hate. I was struggling with actually finding the raw footage, so I do apologize for all these little jokes thrown in there. But we're going to continue. There she is after quite an absence in his content. There she is, and like I said, I'm not going to trash her for her appearance. But I'm going to give perspective into his mindset on that appearance change and how that affects him as a person, and we'll get into that.
Oh my God!
To the Burnell family stream here on DSP Gaming.
With the big tree.
How are you all? Welcome to the Burnell family stream here on DSP Gaming. How are you all this evening? I hope that you're doing well, and I welcome you here to the show. First of maybe many, we'll see. As we already have Jasper here.
See, again, it's just very bizarre because I already touched on that topic that she was scared off, by the prior stream she did. She did another stream actually where she actually left. And you could tell in that stream, I forgot the cover, it was the Halloween one that they did. She was like looking at that comment section, like zeroed in, like with the most disgusted look on her face, and she ended up leaving. So we're a couple of years later, and however the conversation went, she ended up back. I believe, in my opinion, he convinced her But this is the thing. It's like, if you had so many reservations about this guy doing a documentary and you were concerned about your wife's change in appearance, like, why in the love of F would you parade her out there again? And what mentality is it where you're going to roll the dice and get, snake eyes and everything's going to be fine and everybody's going to celebrate and be proud? Like, it's just, the guy has no insight into what he really is. And like I said, I believe, in my opinion, like, some of it was like financially motivated. Like, he was like, my content is what it is, but maybe if I bring on my wife for the real fans, like, maybe they'll contribute. That sort of seems like the mindset of this, because in my opinion, there's just no benefit to her in being in this. Like, she wasn't doing like YouTubing anymore. She didn't have like a product or a community to build. So this is all for him, for his ego, for his monetary gain. And I just see nothing positive in getting her involved in this again.
By the way, that wasn't planned. We had no idea what was going to happen with Jasper when we
and it's kind of funny too, because right away you notice, and I think that's something really important to pick up on, and I'm kind of navigating through some of this crap that they interjected, but she's playing with the cat. And I think that's almost, again, and it's going to be a theme that we're going to discuss, disassociation, not wanting to be there, not wanting to be a part of there. The cat is giving her comfort, I believe, in this moment. And I just genuinely don't think she wants to be there,
Burnell
man.
Family Stream here on DSP Gaming. With the big tree. How are you all? Welcome to the Burnell Family Stream here on DSP Gaming. How are you all this evening? I hope that you're doing well, and I welcome you here to the show. The first of maybe many, we'll see. As we already have Jasper here.
And as you can see, and some of the people in the chat talked about it, just the change in expression, the change in it's like her soul just got sucked right out of her. Like, prior, I mean, like, that's not a very flattering picture of her, but I mean, at least she was smiling. I could see there was some anxiety, there was some self-doubt. But when you see like just her expressions and her behaviors, like in this, it's just like two totally different people. It's like somebody just got the life sucked right out of them. And we're going to get into that. So hopefully there's not a lot of jokes here, because I do want to speak about this.
It wasn't planned. We had no idea what was going to happen with Jasper when we came in here and turned on the cameras and everything. We didn't even know if he'd be afraid to come in here, because remember.
Now I hope you guys can hear this. I have it as up loud as it'll go.
That's how long it's been. The last time Kat was on stream was 2018.
Okay, yeah, so he confirmed it there. So last time she was on stream was 2018, and this is 2024. So pretty significant amount of time there. And it makes me wonder, like, was there a portion of that time where he just let her be? Or was this like a constant conversation? When are you going to come back on? When are we going to do something together? The fans want you to come on. Like, that kind of is springing to my mind now, in like, again, like, how much of this was organic? How much of it was her being like, hey, like, how's things going with your YouTubing? Like, maybe I'll come on, or was this like pulled by the arm and, made to do this for other nefarious outcomes?
So good evening, everyone. Would you like to say hello to the audience?
Hello.
So, here's the deal. We're just here to hang out with you guys tonight, all right? And I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot of questions. What's going on? Why is Kat on stream? We're here to field questions. But before we get started, I'm just going to say this up front. Number one, no, this is not a pregnancy announcement. I don't know who put that.
See, that's pretty shocking there. Like, some other people brought that up before, that the first thing he said, I have an opinion on this. I took some notes. Excuse me. Because everything I'm showing, I watched the night before. So he starts it off by saying, no, this is not a pregnancy announcement. Now, I'm laughing because it's the most ridiculous thing. I have two trains of thought on this. I think a lot of people take that as Okay, she's obviously bigger. So, yeah, just so you know, the reason why she's bigger now isn't because it's a pregnancy announcement. But you know what the truth is? I don't even know if that's what it was. I think this dude was so anxious about bringing his partner on again that was just like what jumped into his head. Like he was just like, oh, by the way, it's not a pregnancy screen, because that's what other successful YouTubers do. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know if it was intentional, but not a good look. Not a good way to put that. And you could even see her there rolling her eyes when she said that, when he says that.
Number one, no, this is not a pregnancy announcement. I don't know who put that seed in everyone's mind. It's not correct at all.
Like, look at the change. It's just like rolling her eyes, looking at the floor. And I don't know how she would have took that, but that's two schools of thought here of how you react to your audience, and what their expectation is why there is this change here.
This is not that whatsoever. And number two, we are not here to talk about any documentary. All right. So
again,
people are asking, what about the documentary? Is this part of the documentary? Is Kat going to be in the documentary? This has nothing to do with the documentary. Therefore, don't ask questions about the documentary. This has nothing to do with it at all. So we're just going to ignore the
because it didn't happen. Right? And here's your documentary right here. Like instead,
to be here with us together as a family, which is really awesome that we're all kind of together tonight. Zombie did a super chat that just got deleted because it's probably a troll. Very nice. So congratulations. Like I said, just to forewarn you all of the moderators.
And again, too, you look at her face, and from what I see there, and a lot of people have pointed this out, she's like reading that chat. Like because, you know, I have my chat over here, so when I'm looking at the chat, you can kind of tell that I'm looking at the chat. I think if he really wanted to have any, like, he shouldn't even let her look at it, man, to be honest. But instead, it's like she's sitting there probably reading a bunch of abusive crap, having, you know, I think in a way, I commend her for giving the leeway. Like I said, in a relationship, there's kind of that comfort zone, and then there's that kind of gray area where you got to kind of meet in the middle. Like, oh, this person that I love likes, I don't know, hiking. I'm more of a stay-at-home guy, but I'm going to go with you, and I'm going to go hiking with you, right? Even though I'm not comfortable with it, and I don't, like, want to do it. So I kind of give her credit, actually, here for stepping out of that comfort zone, especially when it's clear, and I'm not trashing her for this. Clearly, she is dealing with some kind of health issue. She's dealing with weight gain, but she's still, you know, there by her man's side, and engaging with what she knows is a very toxic fan base. Because you know this guy is like coming down the stairs every day. Oh, they're saying this, they're saying that, they're saying this. So it's not like she's outside, I think, of the bubble of like who he is or how he's perceived. So I give her a lot of credit, man, for doing this with him, actually. But the thing is like, I don't think he's really appreciated, in my opinion, of course, I don't think he's really appreciated of her doing this, because he does this every day for 12 hours or 8 hours or whatever it is. This is something, I think, out of her comfort zone. So I very much commend her for doing this.
Nonsense. So if you say anything that can be alluded to as trollish or stupid or detractorish, you're going to get moderated, and I'm not going to be sitting on my day off tomorrow unbanning 40 people. So you probably should think twice about that.
But again, right? you kind of get the
nice
sense. I want everybody to keep in mind, like, he just doesn't seem at peace here. Like, it's like, again, I do believe, in my opinion, like, this guy's got some serious anxiety issues, man. He just never comes across as comfortable, as natural. It's like everything's this very hectic, like, oh, guys, like, blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't know how I'm coming across, but right now, like, I'm doing this. I feel really comfortable. I feel prepared. I'm enjoying what I'm doing here. I don't know how it's going to come across. I don't know if you guys are enjoying it. I'll have to get the feedback later. But with this guy, it's just like everything is a big hectic rush to some sort of like end goal or something. And that I want you guys to keep your eye on that, because this very much comes across in this video.
Good.
Good.
better than last time I was on here.
Well, that's for
Well,
sure.
that was a long time ago.
That was many, many years ago. Things were very different back then, right?
Yeah.
Things are
Yeah,
much
so
better now,
I
feel.
want to read that because I was thinking the same thing. Somebody in the chat says he makes me think of a stressed out school teacher that could never control his classroom. Love that. That's a great way of putting it. That's hilarious, man. I love that. That's funny.
I guess at this point, since obviously now we've been on stream for like 20 minutes and already no one's even asked the question, I guess we'll answer a question like, why are we here together tonight? Why tonight? And what are our plans? All right. So, in a nutshell, all right.
Like,
Kat
look at his
has
face,
told me-
man. You can see, like, the beads of sweat, like, dripping on that forehead. Like, I can feel his heart just, like, pounding, man. And the thing is, too, I think for everything she's doing to give to him, to be there, I don't think she's really much of, like, a buffer or much of a comfort for him. It just feels like he's performing to a brick wall who's not willing to really give. She doesn't want to be there. I get that impression. She doesn't want to be there. But again, she's going out of her comfort zone to engage in her partner's passion or hobby or job or whatever. But it right off the bat, it just does not. Again, I'm saying the same thing, and I'm sorry. It just doesn't feel organic. It doesn't feel like they're enjoying this. It feels like they need to do it, or they're forcing themselves to do it. Who is that for? Is it for the audience? Is it for the 40 people that love this guy? Is it for the tens of thousands of people that just want to analyze this guy to death and beat him into the ground? So it's hard for me to really comprehend, like, what the end goal of this really is. Again, is it just, look at me, I'm successful married guy who has a girlfriend that'll come on the stream with me? And if that is your end goal, again, it just shows that you clearly don't have any insight into what you really are, and you're still really grasping at that belief that people do like me and they want to see me be successful. They want to see me be happy. Unfortunately, that's just not reality.
Over the years that she's wanted to come back on stream, but she was looking for the right time. Now, was there a reason particularly?
Here we go. So he said it right there that I guess this was in the works, that there were conversations about, like I asked, is there a chance that these two were having conversations when they're going to do this again? And Kat responds. So let's see what her response was, why she decided to go back on.
Time of any time? Because remember, it's always been literally an open door policy. She could
like look at that. That's hilarious. I didn't catch that. So he asks her, what's the reason that you wanted to come back on? And look at his reaction. He didn't even let her talk. And listen what he says here.
Anytime. Because remember, it's always been an open
door policy. Like, come on in it. Like, so that indicates to me that what I made an opinion on. Sorry, I'm cracking up here. Look at his face, man. He literally looks like he's on the edge of a nervous effing breakdown, man. Open door policy. So to me, in my opinion, that kind of confirms what was going on was, when are you going to come on? When are you going to come on? You can come on anytime. When are you going to come on? She's probably like, no, I'm not really feeling it. Well, it's always an open door, but why don't you come on? That's my opinion. I don't know. But that from that comment there, that's kind of what I get there. That's hilarious.
Door policy. She could have come.
1 second. We did get a super chat from Smoke Up, bro. Has super chatted $5. This relationship has the passionate reality of Tess and Stephanie. That's pretty funny. Good comparison there, brother. I love it.
I'm in here at any time.
So here, let her, just shut your mouth and let her answer the question here.
Always told her that.
Well, I think over the years, things have changed. Like, the first time I was on here, truthfully, I just didn't know how to deal with all the negative stuff.
Yeah, so again, it kind of proves what I said. I think there was a lot of nerves, a lot of anxiety when it came to face. But like I said, there's no way. I don't, in my head, believe that she didn't know that if she got in front of the camera on his stream, that like there's like a 0.000000 chance that it would have been like a positive reaction, whether it would have been based on her appearance, whether it was based on her personality, whatever it was. She could be the Lord Jesus Christ coming down doing a stream with them, and you're not going to get 100% positivity. Like, when you're doing this kind of stuff, that's just the name of the game. Like I said, I grew up being made fun of and bullied and all this stuff. So I knew when I got into this, people are going to call me this, they're going to call me a loser, they're going to call me gay, whatever. There's never a point in my head where I was like, everybody's going to like me. And it's just like, he does not get that, man. But she is explaining that was a big part of why there was a big gap in her wanting to do content right there, because I couldn't handle the negativity.
It's hard. It's hard if you're not used to it every day, you know?
Now, I mean, it's happened so much that I just don't care anymore. I've learned to not care about what the like, I know there's trolls watching this, and I know there's trolls restreaming it, and I don't give a shit.
Like, it's really funny. It's like she almost has more insight into what his audience is than he does, like, to be honest.
Don't care. Like, the best thing you can do is just focus on the positive.
Yep.
And that's what I want to do. I don't care what people say. I know there's people that say, you know, oh, they say things like about my weight and stuff like that.
But she's still not really explaining, like, why she did it again here. So hold on.
They've been saying, and you just gotta laugh at it.
Yeah.
Before I couldn't laugh at it, and I didn't want to come back on here because it was so upsetting the first time I did. But since, I mean, it's been like, what, 5 years now? And
it's kind of like everything else.
But again, it's like it could be 5 years, it could be 10 years, it could be 20 years. It's not going to change. So that is kind of like an odd response when he asked the question, you know, why after such a long absence are you coming back on now? And basically, from what I get, is she was like, well, at first I couldn't handle the trolls. Now I just don't care. So in a way, again, I kind of commend her for putting herself in the line of fire. I mean, this has got to be one of the worst situations to put yourself in. We've seen it with, like, the smart guys, too, you know. Anybody who gets involved with this guy just ends up, like, even myself as a fan, like, coming out and tweeting and supporting this guy, like, look at the stuff, like, I got, like, for that. So it's like, if you get yourself involved in with this guy, it's never going to change. You're never going to be looked at positively. You're going to be all over the internet. You're going to have every aspect of your life looked into. So she's kind of approaching it from like, well, it's going to happen whether or not, so whatever. So again, I commend her for putting herself out there in what is a very hateful and toxic community here.
The time it happens, it's shocking.
Yeah.
The second time it happens, okay, well, it still hurts, but it's not as shocking. But the 1,000,000th time it happens, it's like, who gives a shit anymore, right? Like, all right, say what you're going to say. She literally hasn't been on a stream in 5 years, and if those people still haven't shut the fuck up about it, they're never going to, so who cares what they say at this point, right? So there you go.
Right. She didn't really still explain why she's doing it. She just sort of, like, justified why she didn't do it. She didn't say, well, you know, I was just excited to be on again or anything like that. It was just more focusing on the fact that she was made fun of so much she didn't want to go on, but she just doesn't care about it now. But that doesn't indicate to me like she wants to be there.
Asking, will we ever do co-op? Well, it's been a discussion.
So anyway, we'll stop it there because they get into the question, and that's the next portion here. I'm just looking at where we are. We still got a lot to go. We're 2 hours in, so stick with me, guys. Hopefully you're enjoying it. We're going to move into the next portion here, which, again, we're not going to be watching this whole friggin' thing, but let me get my evidence folder here. Okay, so first, this is something that I want to bring up, too. I found this, again, on that alternative, you know, deep web message board there. This was, I don't know if I can get it bigger here. I can't even, like, see it. Hold on. This was some reasons for people who have been speculating on the weight gain. Here was some reasons that have been put out. I guess this was some of the stuff that was leaked between the conversations with him and PP. So for the prosperity stake, the DMs Phil recently released claim Kat has been sick since early 2014. She may need major surgery. There are multiple problems. Phil and Kat got a second opinion in 2024, so that would have been around this time. The second opinion was only possible because of the extra Keno money. So he was unwilling to cut back on champions to get the appointment sooner until the Keno money came in. The health problems made Kat a believer, but Phil did not see the light until mid 2004. I don't know what that means. As of Halloween 2024, the doctors were able to rule out cancer, but unable to figure out what it was. Sometime between Halloween 2024 and March 2025, the problem was diagnosed as a combination of thyroid, which kind of checks out in my end here. Again, not a health professional, but that kind of looks at what we're looking at here. This has also left her infertile and at high risk of cancer caused by her weight fluctuation. So again, I believe this was information that was put forward between PP and the DSP. So we're going to move again on, and then we're going to do another call-in portion. So guys, if you want to have a conversation, it's a great time to do that. But so we're leaving the video off there. So he asked the question to his audience, when are you guys going to do co-op again? When are you going to do co-op again? Apparently a lot of his fans were asking for it. We got it. It was announced on a major release, which I still never played, and I loved Yakuza Like a Dragon. Still haven't played Infinite Wealth yet, because, you know, just Like a Dragon was just so incredible. I just played the F out of it. They decided to do this Don Doko Island together for the fans. This was like the first time. This is like interesting, because this is actually like where I think there was really issues here. So we're not going to go through like the whole thing. We're going to, from my research, this was actually like the last stream that they did on this game, because I think this is really telling here, and I do have some notes here. So actually, why don't, before we get into this, I think this would be a good time, one last time, to check the Discord and see if anybody wants to give any opinions on her appearance after she appeared again after that major absence. What were your thoughts? Let's give a couple minutes to you guys and get you in on the Discord. I'll see while we're waiting if I can read anything from the chat here. This was their honeymoon, their virtual honeymoon, huh? Last ever appearance. We do have some friends requesting, so all you got to do is call. You don't have to ask. Just hit the phone button. We'll get you on the air. Yeah, I do believe this was her last appearance on any of his programming, and this was about a year ago now. So I'm not trying to do dead air here, but I'm just allowing fans an opportunity to chat. Stop showing your poor wife on the stream. Yes, I think that is going to be indicated here. And I feel like this was kind of like... just need to take that off for a second. I feel like this moment was kind of like the breaking point where she finally just cracked and was like, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be involved in this stuff. And we talk again about the whole like sort of disassociation aspect, I think, in her personality. And that really shines through on this clip. So I'll give a couple more minutes. Nobody's calling in. You must really love hearing me talk, I guess. So if we don't get any calls, we'll keep moving forward. Where are we here in the content? We're about halfway through. I don't know how much longer. I'm going to push it till we hit all the points. I got my list here of all the points I want to hit. I got my evidence here. 1 second. We do have a caller, so we'll take that. How are you doing? What are your thoughts on this subject matter that we're covering tonight?
Yeah, I just had something I had to say. You brought up something earlier that another content creator actually brought up to the casino.
Okay.
Which was at what was it? What exactly did you say? It was like that. Yeah, it's a Gundam brought up back that he was like, you tried to put a mirror up to Phil and show him himself,
right?
And that was a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I just thought like that's another person I think you would be amazing to collab with. I know that you might not have the best opinion of him, but he likes you. He thinks your content's great. He loves watching you and stuff. But the other thing too is, I don't know if I was out of the room for a second, so I don't know if you covered it, but did you cover the fact that, like, because you brought up their virtual honeymoon?
Yeah, well, we're just getting into that now. So I want to ask you the question. Give us some feedback. What was your reaction when he brought her back on the stream? Do you think it was coming from a good place? Do you think that it was something that needed to be done? Like, who was asking for it beyond the 20, 30 people that are genuine fans?
You want to know something that's a really great question. And, you know, something I never saw before was what you showed earlier tonight, which was the photo of her standing next to the Christmas tree, where she had, like, a pretty incredible body. I've never seen that photo before.
Right.
And it's like, the thing about it with Phil, too, is that, like, his diet is terrible. The snack pizzas, the constant DoorDash, probably 95% of the things he's eating with high calories, a lot of sodium.
It's convenience. You know, I think like we talked about like a marriage of convenience. I think that's like the same type of thing. It's like that type of diet, that type of lifestyle is like you've given up. I mean, you know, he does say that she's a cook and she likes cooking and that's one of her passions. But, you know, the evidence on how much this couple is spending on that type of delivery service is like, you know, showing a lot of doubt onto that.
Right there, exactly. And I think that's just a gigantic cope. I don't believe that for a second. And I think you're right. I think the convenience over that kind of thing. And maybe she did like to cook in the beginning. But I think, and again, not going back to It's a Gundam, a lot of people always try to question, is their marriage good? Is their marriage good? A lot of people don't even think she's there anymore. That's one. They don't. A lot of people like Steve Cambian streams they've suggested there's no possible way in there.
Well, dude, we talked about the pattern of the behavior, not learning from the mistakes of the past. We covered it with panderly. Eventually, they became roommates.
Oh yeah.
And people are sort of speculating that could be a similar situation here.
Right, and real quick. Like, just going back to that exact point, It's a Gundam brought up something where he talked about, like, something happened. Phil told this water cooler story about, like, a water cooler getting everywhere. Somehow his mic was on or something, and somebody polished the audio, so you could hear him telling her the story, and her exact response verbatim was, "I don't care."
I didn't come across that in my research. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how much you covered. I've been kind of like moving around and stuff. But the thing is that like there's so much speculation with that whole reveal thing too. And like back in the day when you were there, it's like, yeah, 100%. Yeah, look, I have a wife. I'm an adult. This is it.
Yeah.
But now, it's kind of like you brought up the narcissistic traits of Phil. And that's very, very common. So did he bring on his wife to go, here's my wife? Because why the hell would you read this isn't a pregnancy thing like some people are saying?
Yeah.
Like, you brought it up perfectly. Her face, like, goes through, like, 7 different emotions at once.
Yeah.
And it's like, ha, funny.
Like I said, I don't genuinely believe he had the insight to even know what was coming out of his mouth or how it would affect his partner.
That's another thing, too, and that also shows behaviors of pattern, not to keep going too far into the future, but I don't know how familiar you are with the fact that he got his own Switch 2 canceled because he showed his information on stream.
We'll get into that. Anyway, I'm going to thank you for your call because you're bringing up a next point I want to get into, so I'll let you go there.
Sorry for jumping ahead, man.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, just 1 second. Because he did bring up a great point I just want to take a note on, because that was actually my next point I wanted to bring up, but 1 second. And we'll get your guys' call, so just if I missed you, call back. because he really brought something that I forgot to list here I want to get into. So guys, call back if I missed you. We got a lot of missed calls, so sorry that one went a little long there. Because I want to bring up a really important point that he brought up before it slips my mind here. So get your calls in. I missed a few. Yeah, he was a very knowledgeable caller. That was pretty clear. Okay, 1 second here. We got friend of the channel here. Good to hear from you. I'm not going to give your name out for your own safety, but it's great to chat with you, dude. What's on your mind?
What's up, brother? It's Spicy Punk Rocker, and you can say my name is Spicy Punk
You're
Rocker.
saying your name in front of these dangerous men who you know are going to be watching.
I mean, well, keep in mind, dude, I literally live like 20, I mean, without doxing myself, you know I live like 20 minutes from Phil, right?
Jeez.
Like, I'm like 20 minutes.
You're in more trouble than I will be, but let's get you speaking your mind, dude. Always appreciative. I'll never be thankful enough for the help that you did with some of the emotes and stuff. Let everybody know this is the guy who did it. He's here to talk. What do you got on your mind?
Yeah, so I mean, my personal opinion of why he brought his wife on is this, so there's that age-old saying, right? It's like any publicity is good publicity. And I just think he knew. I mean, look what's happening right now, right? Like, I think he knew, and he probably didn't tell anybody this, but in his own mind, he's like, man, if I bring my wife on, oh man, that's really going to be a big spectacle, and that's really going to get people talking. Oh, could you imagine the hubbub if I get my wife on the air? And I think he did it not so much for, like, oh, hey, everybody, look, this is my wife, and isn't this such a wholesome thing? But
right.
He knew the trolls and detractors were going to have a heyday on it, and it was going to cause a lot of.
Like I said, it's like collateral damage, dude. It's like it's like you're being fired with bullets and you pull somebody in front of it, man.
Yeah, he's using her for his channel. I mean, that's my take on it. I don't know if it's, that's my personal thought. Yeah, and as far as, because I'm married too, and as far as her, the weight gain and her appearance and things, of course, yeah, we're not here to like shame that or anything,
right?
But I can say this, most people when you get married, you're going to put on, some marriage weight, right? That's kind of common and customary. But I will say, if you look at the before and after pictures, I would say some of the spark is probably left, because I know for me and mine, we always told each other, if there's ever a point to where, we even after like being with my wife now, going on married for 2 years and being together for 9 years now.
Nice, congratulations.
We still, oh, thank you. We still try to take care of our own appearance to still look good for each other. Like we still have that spark, and we still want to like walk near each other and like be attractive. And we've always said, if there's ever a point where we start seeing the other person kind of letting themselves go in a very loving and, non-respectful way, just kind of bring it up or start going to the gym together, be concerned about their health. But yeah, I mean, because, she's definitely she's gotten pretty up there if you look at the before and after. So
yeah, exactly. But again, I mean, there is allegations put out there that this isn't exactly just letting yourself go, that there could be like medical issues at play here as well. But I'm sure that the lifestyle that they live together is not helping to contribute to a healthy lifestyle that is going to counterbalance any of the health issues that are going on.
Yeah, and I guess, and that's true. You can get stuck in a pretty bad habit lifestyle. People, one DoorDash, one fast food run turns into 2, 3, 4, 5, and before you know it, I could see that.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna let you go because you guys are. I really appreciate your call. You're gonna help me get on to the next topic here. So thank you.
Yeah, good talking. See you, brother.
All right. We got another really heavy topic to get into, so I'm just gonna take a quick breath here before I get into it, because this is going to be a tough one, and I really got to watch my words here when I get into this. So I'll just take a quick breath here. We've been going almost 2.5 hours. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it. Let me take a quick check at the chat and see what you guys are saying. People are talking about overeating, no exercise, and depression. Great stream, thank you. Yeah, the DoorDash amounts do check out according to my research, and I think we get into a little bit of that going forward here. Anyway, so I'm going to look away from the chat, and I'm going to bring up something that I thought here. I took some notes on it here. in the PWR investigation evidence folder here that I thought were really poignant. And I want to be respectful when I say this. So we're going to get into this. I'm not going to look at the chat. I'm just going to kick into third gear here. I'm going to give my opinion on DSP's views on his wife because of the weight gain. In my opinion, clearly, in my opinion, I don't live in this guy's mind. I don't know what he thinks. I could be wrong, and feel free to correct me. I do think that he has like this very, I mean, it's pretty clear just from researching a couple hours of this guy and, you know, switching from fan to guy who's really looking at like what really is going on behind the curtain here. At times I find it hard because it's almost like I'm jumping between the two perspectives, which can make the research hard. But here's what I've kind of come to a conclusion, and I took some notes on it when I was researching this stuff last night around this point. Is like it is clear that I think this guy does have some pretty severe like narcissistic tendencies. And the thing is, we'll get into it later because we're going to be covering some of the stuff where PP came out and called his wife fat. So maybe this might be a little early to cover this. But I do believe like he is ashamed. Like, not maybe of her, but I think he's ashamed of how people view her and her weight and her appearance. I think that really eats up at him, man. And I think that sort of destroys his illusion of being this happy, married, successful guy. Like, the way I look at it, man, is like, for me, doing this kind of stuff, I try to just play into things. Like, people are going to make fun of me. Like, people are always, like, calling me gay or whatever. I've gotten to the point, it's like, believe I'm gay or don't. Like, whatever, you know. It's like Luke Skywalker. I'm androgynous. Believe what you want. You know, I don't really care. And that's where I think he's fallen into a trap here. Because he's not willing to, like, play into it. Like, yeah, my wife's fat. So what? Big ass, big tits. Like, whatever. That's cool. Instead, he's having that crack in the armor where it's like people are really getting to him, and the more that people dig into his wife being fat, their appearance, the more he shows the eternal struggle of being upset about it. And he might not be upset about it personally, because it's like that caller said, and that's why I wanted to get into this, because if you really love somebody, like, you know, like they say, in sickness and in health, right? They took the vow. You have to learn to accept, like that caller said, that people are going to change. You might lose your hair, you might put on a couple pounds. That's part of like the human experience. So I wouldn't say like he's against her weight. Like, maybe they still are okay with each other physically, but when people poke and prod at the size of his wife, it really shows not only the insecurity that he has about it, but the narcissism that he has about it as well. But instead of just like embracing it and being like, yeah, so what? Like, my wife's effing fat. She got a big ass. Like, you know, whatever. Like, whatever. You know, spin it a way that, you know, shows some positivity. Who knows? Like, but it's just like that seems to be a constant burning issue that he faces with is you chose to parade her in front of there. Again, it's just like not learning from your mistakes, not having insight, but also jumping the gun and not thinking like, how is doing this and showing my wife in her current state going to affect me long term? And it's clearly doing a lot of damage, and we're going to get into that later. So anyway, that was kind of my thoughts on it. It's just cracks in the armor, dude. So anyway, getting back to the coveted, anticipated. Oh, 1 second. We did get a super chat here from Uncreative Deconstructionism, friend of the channel. I hope you're enjoying tonight's investigation. I think she's just happy to be married, but the problem is he never seemed to care for marriage, even with his past girlfriend. Also, you funny. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Okay, I take a breath. All right, so this is like the anticipated, this is what his community wanted, what they were asking him for. This was the co-op. Now, this is a couple parts deep into it. I watched all 3 parts, so I spent like 3 hours watching this. And honestly, I'm not going to cover the whole thing because, quite frankly, it's pretty effing boring. But this is a really interesting part. I'm going to make this a little big because you can't really see them that well, so I might cover up some stuff here, so I apologize. But we're going to flip through this because it's an hour long. But this is when you can just tell, like, she's had enough. She's done. And, like, again, we get into the dissociation. We get into, I think, the anxiety and the regret of deciding to be a part of this. So let's get into this. This is that other product doing his thing, covering infinite wealth on Doko Island with his loving wife by his side. Let's see how they interact together and get an idea of how they interact.
Hey everyone, so welcome back. This is our 4th part of co-op on Dondoko Island, or Dondoko Island, excuse me, I'm pronouncing it wrong. And basically we've done almost everything. We got to please the guests, who I think they either have one more day or this is their last day on the island. I'm not even sure.
So I believe this is
satisfaction rating,
this is the third part
right?
that they
We gotta
did
get to the 4,500.
together.
That's the hardest thing to raise right now. And we also have to get enough money to do the fields, which said 700,000. But if we clear that out multiple times, it'll lower. So those 2 things really we're trying to do in the next hour, and we'll see how it goes. At this point, I don't know. Is it the end of the day? What are we doing here?
It's just nothing.
Well, let's head back to the mainland.
Again, this is just like 2 people that don't appear to be in any kind of like. Again, I mean, I don't blame her because this is like the 3rd time they've done this. I can't imagine this is the most exciting thing to be doing, especially if you're not like
Oh, I forgot.
somebody who. I mean, she did a bit of streaming, but she's clearly not an entertainer. I think she's basically just doing this as like a, I love my husband or I want to support my husband. This is what he wants me to do, and you know. But I mean, it's just like dead air. Like there's no feeling like, oh, these 2 are having fun doing this. Like this is something I want to share with them, be a part of this with them. It's just like soul-suckingly bad and boring. But anyway, we're going to kind of click through because like I said, it's just little by little as the play goes on. You see her in the corner here. I think at this point she's just playing the game and just completely ignoring what is going on. She's completely disassociated. I think she's had enough. I think she's probably given all she could give. But we're going to honestly, like, I'm not going to sit here and cover the whole thing. That's all that needs to be said is they're clearly not enjoying this. I think if you go back and you watch this, you really get that, again, that sense of anxiety. Like Phil is just trying to lift it up, lift it up, lift it up, trying to get some kind of excitement going. But she is just, like, not giving him an inch at all this whole time. If you go back and you watch this footage of them doing this stuff, it's just really painful to sit through, so I can barely do it.
So they're going to be crafting for a while. They're not going to be done for 30 minutes, probably the end of the stream.
I'm just going to go forward a little bit here because we start to see... Oh, hold on, guys. Yeah, here we go. Look here. Exactly. Look at this. She's like disassociating, man. Like, that's, like, exactly what that looks like. Like, she's like, I would rather be anywhere else in the world but here. Just look at the body language, man. And it's hard to see. Maybe I'll, if there's a way I can do this, let's try to get it, like...
Hit 3-star for tonight, and once those guests leave, I think you get the reward, right?
I know you can't really see, but just watch this. I mean, like, she does not want to be there, man.
Things quick.
Eyes are closed, head is back.
We still got, okay, I was going to say, we got 20 minutes left. We want to go back to the farm.
And I feel like you can tell his anxiety again is starting to ramp up because he knows this is burning down to the ground here.
Oh, it looks like it's ready and it's not. Okay. A barracuda.
Like, dude, she's like literally hiding from the audience. Like this is crazy, man. There's not much to say about it. Clearly, we're just watching a person that does not want to be in the situation that they're in. And that's interesting because, like, how much does this really say for their time together behind the scenes. Maybe it says nothing. But dude, this is just like painful to watch. This is just somebody that does not want to be there, that does not want to have anything to do with what's going on. I think he does try to spin it and just say she's tired or bored, but no, this is a lot more than that, man. They just don't seem to have any kind of like connection. Like they don't have any kind of like charisma together or anything.
Okay. All right. So that's done. We can hit 3 stars, and then
like I'm almost gonna fall asleep here.
Gathering the stuff at the farm and doing whatever the next.
But like I said, this is just gameplay, but it kind of makes you think, is like what is it really like between these two? Because there's just no chemistry, man. It's not like they're, you know, if you're with a partner, like. The way I always say it is, if you're with a partner that you really love, it reminds you of like when you're like a kid or something, and you go to your friend's place, and you're like talking, you're up all night, you're having fun, you're going back and forth, you're laughing, but this is effing like nothing like that.
We should have taken a break. We should have taken like a 5-minute break and stretched, and we didn't. Because we're not used to doing this, guys. We're not.
Oh my God!
I always take a break. I take a break.
And it's funny that he isn't picking up the social cues, and it's like, okay, like why don't you just go now? He's trying to drag it out. He's trying to milk it for everything it's worth, and it's just again, it's just giving people ammo here.
Large burnable waste dump.
Yeah, I will put the screen back to normal. It's just so you can see her in the camera here.
And gardening kits for the 3 things that we need to craft stuff. Okay. Totally.
Crazy, man. Anyway, we're gonna go back a little bit forward. I want to find the part where she actually gets up. Here, I think it's right here.
So set.
Maybe she's having a fantasy about this Tyrone dude that everybody's bringing up. I mean, her eyes are closed. She's kind of in that dreamy kind of like state.
All right. Well,
here it is.
That's about it. I'll just see how much I can do in like the next 10 minutes.
Here's where I think she dips.
You're tired. You don't have to stick around if you're really sore and tired.
He should have said that like 20 minutes ago.
All right, go ahead. Baby, no one's forcing you to be here.
I mean, you already know what you're doing. So.
Yeah, you can take off.
Nobody's forcing you to be here other than the guy that 20 minutes ago didn't take the social cue and say, okay, clearly she doesn't want to be here. Why don't you just head out and I'll just do this on my own? Like, that should have been happening. Like, we're like 40 minutes into this, you know, and the clips we were looking at of her like half falling asleep was like, you know, 15, 20 minutes ago here at the bottom.
Huh?
Bye.
She's beat. You have to understand. Kat is not used to doing this.
And again, this is where he just like loses his mind. When I watched this last night, I was like, the way he reacts to this is hilarious. And 1 second, we got Becky G as super chatted $5. You can always tell when a couple likes each other, they don't like each other, period. Well, like again, there's a different dynamic at play, right? Because they're in front of the camera, they're playing a game together. Apparently the reason they did this, though, was because this was a game series she enjoyed. I think he does try to justify it as she was bored because she already played up through all this. But here's his reaction to her leaving, and he just, like, completely melts down, and it's hilarious. We'll only watch a couple minutes of it because I want to keep moving on.
In any capacity, right? So it's exhausting to her to do this. She's trying, you know, you guys wanted to see her be here.
Again, it goes back to that stuff like we talked about with RTU. Instead of her just walking off and him getting back in there, engaging with his audience, he's trying to justify, he's trying to explain, he's trying to put everything, you know, line by line of an analysis of why she got up and left. Because he's trying to spin it like, oh, she wasn't bored, she's just tired, Instead of just saying nothing and continuing on, here's how he justifies it.
And she's doing her absolute best, but I totally get it. Here, let me now sit down here. It's this way. That's right, Sambuca. She already played through the whole thing. She's already seen all of this, you know? So to her, nothing here is like new or eye-opening. It's stuff that she's already done.
He's still going on about it.
She's literally just here helping us to make this more interesting.
helping
honest,
us.
If I was doing this by myself with you guys, it'd probably be pretty boring. To have her here
He's
makes it a
calling
little bit
himself
better,
freaking
right?
boring. Like,
But
that's
I totally
hilarious because he's literally saying, if my wife wasn't here, this would be boring. Like, so that's a pretty interesting analysis on the situation on itself.
Hey, she's beat. She already did all this stuff. Jasper, she went downstairs. You want to go see her? Now he's settled in on the floor, but I was figuring get him.
And again, see it at the bottom. He only made like $80.
Yeah, Jasper.
Like, I feel like his brain is just like scrambling. Like, he doesn't know like how to address this on the fly here.
Now this is weird because I'm totally not sitting where I usually sit.
He's like totally thrown off
to be sitting in. Seriously.
He's
and
rattled.
Some moron says, "Why are you forcing her to play a game? Go fuck yourself.
Ah!
Don't force her to do anything. She
See
wanted
that
to
the
come back
cracks
to
in
me.
the armor, dude. The cracks in the armor, right there. He was broken. I feel like that like couple minutes he was like scrambling to try to spin it into like, oh, like, you know, like it's no big deal. She's just tired. And then in like a split second, because like that's the thing. These detractors, man, they know what buttons to press, man, and that's why this guy gets so pissed off all the time, because these people know exactly what buttons to press. And he went from like, you know, the wires disconnected in his head, trying to put them back together, and then in a split second he loses it. Phil has diarrhea, super chatted $1.99. Will you do a vid on Phil's relationship with his dad? I know nothing about it other than the stuff I covered here with the parents. I don't really have much to say about that, but thank you. So we're going to continue this for a few more minutes and we're going to move on because I want to cover this area here.
There we go. Now this is weird because I'm totally not sitting where I usually sit. This is a weird position.
Like, look how
to be sitting
like
in.
split second he gets set off.
And then some moron says, "Why are you forcing her to play a game? Go fuck yourself." I didn't force her to do anything. She wanted to come back to streams and she wanted to do this, so you can kiss my fucking ass. I hate idiots like that. Yeah, as you see, I had her tied up, right? I had her drugged and tied up, and I threw her in here tonight. That's what happened, right? You fucking asshole.
I think the way he responds gives a lot of insight into, again, like, he might not have forced her to do it, but I just don't believe her doing something like this with him was like organic. It probably was like breaking her down like day by day. Hey, you know, the fans are wanting to, yeah, I was a fan. I actually did watch this as a fan, actually. And I was even pretty disappointed. We did get a gifted membership. Like I said, I might miss a few things because just for you guys, I turned the alerts off so I wouldn't have the interruptions. So thank you to, I missed that. I'm sorry, dude. Smoke up, bruh. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you. Anyway, I lost my train of thought. But anyway, it seems like, to me, in my opinion, again, I don't think this was like an organic, I just feel like going on. I think it was like day by day by day, like breaking her down. Like, people want you on. People want you to play. We should do something. We should do something. And this was the result. And I think this is like him, like I think the fans know she didn't want to be here. They probably had a very similar way of thinking as I'm talking now, that it probably was a very slow process in him convincing her. And now he's basically justifying it with this response.
Those kind of people drive me nuts. Anyway, I did have the camera in the wrong position. I was wondering why the camera looked like it was so far that...
So anyway, that's enough of that. I think we got enough of a taste of how that dynamic works. And it wasn't very pleasant. And in my opinion, it was a huge failure. I don't think it endured either him or her to the audience. And we got another super chat from Grando Repro. Super chatted $2. You're giving her more attention than he ever did. Well, yeah, it could have just been a boring game. Anyway, let me look at my notes here. What is next on the docket? Okay, here's another thing too, and this is like a whole other friggin' can of worms. Like, we're definitely jumping topics here. But again, this is another interesting thing, and we're gonna have our friend, you know, great supporter of the channel here, Duty Streams, with one of his videos here that we're gonna reach into. So Hopefully he doesn't get all pissed off and flag my channel, but we're going to give him the respect he needs here for this. 1 second. We got Megan T with Super Chat at $5. Have you looked at speculation she only got coerced on because of the Mike Klum documentary? Yeah, I did touch on that. How I kind of felt doing this whole thing, bringing her back on again, was almost sort of like a damage control. But if you didn't want her in the documentary, then why would your mind jump to, well, I know what I'll do. I'll just throw her out in front of a stream. That'll fix things. I can't wrap my head around what he was thinking. Anime girl holding a white monster, super chat $5. Should I give my dog a treat? Yes. Give him a scratch on the head for me. Okay, so we're gonna move on. We got Duty streams here with his coverage that he did. And when was this? Actually, this was 2 years ago. So there was a lot of allegations, and it's crazy. Like, people are like super detectives. They find this stuff out. So around this time, I think it was actually prior to this stream, news came out that I guess the cat was actually, in fact, working a part-time job. That she had actually taken up a job. I think the other product there had sort of touched around that before. That she was actively working and contributing to the household. And we're going to get into that. So we're going to let the man do his thing as only he can do on his channel over there. And we're going to give our thoughts on that because I have some figures here, some numbers to look at. So here we go. A video is playing now.
Boy Duty back again with another video, and you guys just watched my breaking news.
Let's skip ahead a
where
little bit
these
here.
how should I put it? I didn't want to talk about it much because I thought, all right, maybe I shouldn't bother with that. I shouldn't even bring it up. But talking with a few people and bringing it up in conversations on Twitter, it seems like, yeah, this should be something we should talk about, simply for the fact that Phil is not a bright person. He isn't. He's not a bright person, and it may benefit him
it's just
to
about
learn a
being too
lesson
transparent with your audience.
if we actually talk about
it's the
this.
same
And
issue.
I'm going to
repeating
bring
the
it
same
up right
thing.
now.
And this
and if
is
you
a good point of that.
To Darren. So Darren is saying that this meme today is derailing the chat, and you guys need to fucking stop immediately. Well, guess what? I agree. Everyone stop with the cherry meme right now because I don't even know what you're talking about, and I'm done with it. Because now
of
I'm
course
really upset.
he doesn't know.
It has nothing to do with you guys, but I'm done with it. Stop it right now. Everyone just cut this shit out with the dumb fucking meme, okay? All right, so here's what's happening. I go on break, I check my phone. My wife has been texting me saying, call me immediately, I need your help. All right?
Imagine you're a woman and your resort when you need help is calling this man. You cannot be in a good point in your life where you're a woman in need and your source of help is this man. I'm sorry. That's a little cruel, but that's my reaction.
Call my wife. She's at work. Do you want to know what happened?
Okay, that's the first piece. So Phil specifically stated his wife was at work. Don't forget that.
You ready for this
like
shit?
he said it
You're
himself.
never gonna fucking believe it. Are you ready for this? Jasper, I'm sorry. You got to get off my lap right now.
That's funny that he brought that up because he just said it right there.
She gets out of work, and it's not even like she wasn't even getting out yet. She was on break. So she went to the car. The fucking car is on a jack. Someone stole our tire off the fucking car in the parking lot.
Oh my god, dude.
This is how bad the crime has gotten out here in the
So
Seattle area.
he's such a like anxious idiot that he has to get into like every aspect. Like it's like instead of just reading some name on a thing that said something and just like whatever, like I'm doing my thing, he has to like microanalyze and break down. And in the meantime, I think what Duty here was trying to get into from the title, because I watched this last night, he basically like put it all out there. That and that's all I'm going to show because I don't know if he's going to be pissed at me showing his video or not. I'll deal with that when the time comes. But basically what Duty was trying to make clear was like the dude like basically unintentionally like showed that his wife does have a part-time job. More stuff came out. I couldn't find the specific video, but there were people who literally like showed up at her work and captured her on film. I don't know what she was doing, folding some clothes or something. So she probably works at like a retail, like a, I don't know what the United States, like a Sears or whatever it is. I don't know, some clothing store, something like that, from what I seen. So this is where it gets interesting here, because I'm actually going to kind of break down. Here's where we get into a little bit of numbers. And honestly, I'm nervous to get into this, because this is where we get almost into like a whole other can of worms here. Him financially, I might have to zoom in. I'm sorry, guys, if I kind of screw up the stream, if you can't kind of see me and stuff. So I did my due diligence, and I really tried. I tried to get an idea of like what this guy's financial picture really is. I mean, I think at one point, I would probably say the guy, he may not be currently, but he has made $1 million. Like there's no way he did not in his lifetime, and like even in like what, like 15 years, make him $1 million. Like that's pretty incredible, man. Again, he squandered it. My opinions on that are, I think it's just, again, it kind of goes back to not being grateful. Like doing this kind of stuff, man, even early on, I think compared to today is a little different, because like I'm not going to get into how much money I made from doing this, but it was like not million, hundreds of thousands, but for me it was like life changing, and I am so grateful, man. I'm thankful. This is a dream come true. But at the same time, I am very much in the mindset, this could be a one and done. Like, you know, this could end any time. I could go from like this amount to this amount to this to this to this to this. Who knows? It's all up in the air. So the last thing I'm doing is jumping out there. Like, he made some mistakes, I think, of really early on, living pretty frivolously. We seen, a lot of fans know, but the statue collecting and buying all these premium collectibles and showing them off to his fans. I just think he didn't have the insight to think this is not going to go on forever. I think he was like, I'm making all this money and this is just going to go on and on. He got a house, cars, the whole thing. And he squandered it, man. But look, so I really tried to look into like how much he's worth today. And I mean, this is just kind of what it is. 1 second here. I can't, it's hard to get a picture. I have more information written down. But so I guess his estimated income today, and I mean, it's hard to judge because of like the bankruptcy that people were sending me information about, his financial statements, which are like incredibly damning and troubling, which I took a look at, but we're not going to cover here. Estimated net worth is between $176,000 a year and $1 million, which I think the $1 million is probably like the estimated revenue on what he's made since he started. I would wonder, does he still have access to $1 million? Probably not. So let's just make an estimation. And I have my notes here. This is where, like I said, we get into my GED level math here. So this is going to get troubling. But so let's just say, for the sake of this conversation, that every year he makes about $176,000, and that's probably pretty generous when you look at his recent numbers. I mean, even when he did that Switch 2 launch, he made $500, which in my opinion was like pretty solid day at the office there, for him, in comparison to some of the other days that he has. So we might be being generous here. So here's where I get into an issue. So it's hard to tell. So, and somewhere around the line, she ended up taking a part-time job, doing like retail stuff. I don't know if she's still doing it. I would assume she is, maybe. But I have an estimate here of how much she makes in a year. And this would be like in United States dollars, so it's a little different. So I would put an estimate that Kat doing part-time work in, I'm guessing, and no insult here, probably minimum wage, probably makes about $35,000 a year. from doing that part-time job. So his estimated income per year is 176. So I'm going to pop the calculator here. So let's say 176,000. Let's say plus that 35,000 would probably equal to about a combined income of 211,000 per year between the two of them. And again, that's kind of being like generous, I guess, because that's the information that I could get. So we don't really know. But here's where we get into what I'm sure you guys all want me to get into, which is like its own freaking rabbit hole on itself, man, which is just like, I was trying to get into this stuff to give an estimate, because when we're talking about marriage, I think a thing is the sad reality of marriage, man, is the monetary, the security, like the money, right? And it's like some people look at that different. Some people are happy with very little. Some people have a lot of expectations. They want the dream vacations. They want the dream house, whatever it may be. And, the other product has made it clear that they have struggled with things that normal couples would want to do, like vacations. I took a note here that he was complaining about wanting them to go to the zoo, and the tickets are literally like $40. Like, I literally looked into it. I was like, dude, don't be coming on with that crap that you can't take somebody to the zoo for $40. Like, unless it's some kind of transportation issue, or, you got a warrant out for your arrest, so you can't be walking around in public. It's silly. But that was something that he did bring up. So, as I said, we're looking at a total income between the two of them with what he allegedly makes per year in his streaming, which would be 211,000 combined between the two of them. So here's where you get into this, and this is like a whole other can of worms, because as a fan for a long time, I knew about the WWE champion stuff. I didn't look at the numbers. I was just like, yeah, people are just want to start crap, and they just, he can spend the money on whatever he wants. I had no idea that this was like some of the levels of craziness that was going on here. So this is just, and this could take some time here. I don't know if I want to add this all up. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. But we'll just take a baseline here. So somebody put this out and sent it forward to me, because I thought this would be like an important piece to kind of cover when it comes to, like, is this a successful marriage? So we got DSP's iTunes spending, and this was years ago too. And allegedly this is still going on, which is crazy. 1 second, we did get 2 super chats. I'll just read them before we get into these numbers here, because I am not a numbers guy. I really struggle with that. But we'll try our best. We got Wake has super chatted $1.99, says based. And then no. Super chatted $5. We appreciate you. Thank you. Megan T has super chatted $10. Thank you. PWR, you spent the amount he needed to go to the zoo with your last PK money, and he pulled Hogan's instead. Sad, pathetic. Okay, well, we'll see. Let's look. We'll crunch some numbers the best I can. Like I said, I only got GED, right? So we'll do what we can. But so this is just like a snapshot in time. So this was 2020 to 2021. It's 2025 now, and these reports are still coming out. There's a lot of people that are really zeroed into this. That game, TJ Gamebox dude, I was looking at some of his stuff that he's doing over there. And this is still going on. Like, this is beyond, like, anything I expected to come across during this. I knew about the champion stuff. I had no idea. Like, it was like this. So we're going to look. So, as I said, we're talking... We're gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. We're just gonna add the main 1,000 here. So we're not gonna get into the nitty gritty. So let's see. So let's say we have 211,000 per year, and we're gonna take away 1 month of totals. I believe that's 1 month. Or is it? No, it's 1 year. So this is 1 year of totals, and let's see what we come up with here. So we're looking at 9,000 there. Hold on, we're gonna continue. Sorry, just hold on. Here's the boring part of this show. I feel like I'm back in the office here, putting somebody's divorce papers together here, dividing the assets or whatever here. So this is just one step. Like, this could be its whole other friggin' video. So, so pretty much, so I just did the math here, and it's not really that damaging, at least with the numbers here in front of me. I mean, we're talking 211,000 as a yearly income, and in 1 month, there is about 20,600 spent. So you know what's really shocking, and like this, I'm not a math guy at all, so this may not be my area to get into. He basically spent her yearly income. He's like, you know, like $15,000 away from spending her yearly income. So it's like, who really holds the purse strings here? Like that was my question. I was just like, man, that's not a good look, man. The fact that and this is like apparently like still going on. Like today, but so it's hard to tell. I mean, if he really does have that yearly income and she's working, it just sort of seems like her part-time income is basically his WWE Champions Fund, because at least with her income, even though it's pretty low, it's guaranteed, but with him, it's sort of up and down. It's up and down, and like, so basically what I came to the conclusion was, in this little snapshot, and like I said, this is something I could never get into because it's way too crazy. He basically spent his wife's part-time yearly income on this mobile game, which is insane. So that's a knock right there, in my opinion, is if this is a successful marriage or not. Because if he was really successful, I think the truth is, even if that is his yearly income that we talked about in that prior photo here. I'll have to go back. Like, even if he was making $1,076,000 a year, like, I think that would justify, like, your wife potentially not having to work. Like, you know, I think. But that's pretty insane that he has to rely on a guaranteed part-time income to bump up his yearly revenue because of this spending on this mobile game, which, like I said, is like allegedly still going on. So that's like a whole other can of worms. I didn't really want to get into that, but I wanted to give like a very I don't know the word I'm looking for here, just like a brief kind of snapshot into what the yearly financials look like. And I mean, doing this type of entertainment, you never really know. He could be at a lot less than that. I wonder if at this time currently, like, he still is cracking like 100K a year. So like, let's just do that math. Let's assume that, how long ago was that? 2020? Let's assume that now he is at, like, and this is scary, you know, like, let's just see that let's assume he's making $100,000 a year now, and then let's take away, I mean, it's easy math, but we'll take away that 35,000, or let's be generous and just take that monthly total. So let's take away 25,000 as a rough estimate here. And then you're at 75,000 a year. So again, I mean, That's insane. So now you can kind of get a picture of the desperation and the uncertainty where his career is going, especially with the spending. And that makes sense. So if you were at about $100,000 per year and you were dealing with this issue with the supercard thing and you're spending 20 grand in 1 month, like that's not even like yearly. That was like 1 month. So, you know, in 1 month from a yearly income, we're at 100,000. You take away, I took away 25. I don't know if that's right. Let's just make an estimate. I mean, you're going down, and that's sad. Like I said, this is opinion. This is just very rough, thrown together math at just one snapshot in time here. But that is not looking good, dude. You're dropping some serious levels of yearly income, and it's sad because if she does have to work, in my opinion, because of it being guaranteed for now, who knows? I don't know if she still works or not. It seems to me like that yearly income that she's busting her butt for is basically a buffer between this spending that he's doing on this game and his uncertainty on the YouTube. So it's kind of like a very nitty-gritty middle ground there. And who really the breadwinner is here? Who's got the purse strings? You know, and that's very interesting to me. So that's a huge knock against my opinion that we're going to have at the end of the show. But I can't deny, I mean, if she is out there and she's working, she might be like a hell of a woman for that, you know, like clearly we don't know what's going on. Clearly she's standing by this guy. Clearly she's standing by him enough to stand by him through this spending. I don't think there's any way this is a secret from her. She's out there at some mall or whatever he said and working and providing an income, and then he's spending it and she's still around. So maybe she is like a hell of a wife. Who knows? I don't think a lot of women in this modern era would tolerate that. So we covered that. We only got a couple things to go here. Next, and I hope the casino boys don't get hot and flag me down, but we are going to actually cover, again, I kind of already spoke about this, and I feel bad. Again, we're using the duty stream, so I'm sure, hopefully he doesn't have a hissy fit over it. But we're going to cover a big moment between PP Ashton and DSP when things finally came to a head, and we all thought that the other product was going to show some backbone or whatever and confront this guy. What he says about his wife, again, I think it just shows the insecurity. It shows that narcissism, that view of how here's what I would say. I wouldn't necessarily think that he looks at his wife's appearance and he's like, ugh, like she's fat now. I think what really bothers him is the fact that other people perceive her as that. And they're not like, oh, look at Phil. Like I was saying about Mike Matei, right? He's got a pretty nice piece of butt running around, right? Like that's what he would want people saying about him. Like, oh, look at DSP. He's got a pretty hot wife. And I think the fact that the viewers just write it off as always his wife's fat, I think that just completely eats at him. And we'll see a portion of it here.
I got another $1.50 tip. You have a stable crowd watching you 6 times a week, all the time, repeating how boring and bad your content is.
I think I played the wrong one. Sorry, guys. We're on the fly here. I did play the wrong. Did I play the wrong one? Oh, no, I just have them upside down.
Well, let's say about it, all right? Is it true that publicly on your show, at some point, I don't know when, you publicly insulted my wife and how she looks? Is this true?
It's true.
So like I said, it's like I think people are like he's gonna show some backbone and he's gonna step up, because I think it's funny because he really is kind of bowing at the altar of the money here with this PP, who I guess has some level of success, did a lot, made this guy a lot of money. I think dealt with a lot of crap, held a lot in, And I think he was really hesitant to really play into this stuff. Like I said, it's like I said, he should just play into it. Be like, yeah, my wife's effing fat. Like, so effing what? Like, I'm okay with that. I like that. And just like go into it. And this is sort of a clash where I think you can see like how much that I think the PP here struggled with trying to get this guy on board to just play into this stuff. And here's the the therapy session between the two. And it's like, this is the thing that shouldn't even took place on the air, to be honest.
Okay, and when was this, and what context was this? Because I'm not aware, and I want to hear what actually happened.
So here's what happened, Phil. So we cover all sorts of lolcows, all sorts of jokers on our show. You are considered one of the greatest lolcows of all time. You are considered a lolcow just like one step below Chris Chan. There's a cult of people who hate you, obsess over your every move, chronicle everything you do. So it's like we tried to throw you into the rotation. The thing was, I always found it really fucking boring. I was like, okay, it's the same shit.
And one thing I want to point out is, like, during this interview, just watch this man. He is just not in a comfortable position. It's like I said, he likes to dip his foot into the water, but then he just he can't handle the temperature, I guess. And this is completely on display here with PP doing his thing.
Funny. And sometimes he loses in Street Fighter,
like,
but you're picking
it's almost like he just wanted to put the question out there and have PP say, like, I'm sorry. And instead, it's like, it's almost like a battle of attrition here between the two. Like, who's going to give the inch, right?
In doing bad, but sometimes he does good, whatever the fuck. So we covered the clip where you introduced Kat, reintroduced Kat, and she had gained a bunch of weight. And so we're like, whoa, buddy, his wife's fucking fat. She's this, she's that. But you got to understand, we do that to everybody.
Mm-hmm. And see, like, I didn't necessarily come from it with that angle. I blame him. I have no issue with, like, her appearance. I blame him for again, like, throwing her in the line of fire and allowing this guy, like the PP or whatever, or whoever, like the detractors or whoever, to do this to her. So he can't blame anybody but himself for this. So he's like trying to blame PP for, hey, you called my wife fat. The reason he called your wife fat is because you put her on the air and knew what type of audience you had.
Cover on the show, we shit on ruthlessly. We dog on them, we say this, we say that. My personal opinion would have been, and my personal advice would be, and I think you agree with this, is to keep your personal life as private as possible. Mm-hmm. And the problem when you introduce your wife, you should be able to show your wife on stream. It should be able, to show that dynamic.
Well, I don't personally think you should. Like, you're not entitled, but I think it has to be organic, and I already said that.
Person who's ever showed their wife or girlfriend online in drama communities, lolcow communities, it never goes well. Like, even Spoonie back in the day when he introduced Scarlett, it was a scandal. People lost their shit. They called her fat. They called her ugly. All sorts of shit. So it's a long-running tradition. And it kind of goes back to me too.
And this will be interesting for you guys. But yeah, like a friend I'm really close with, right? Like, we're not dating, we're not sleeping together, but we're very close. And I don't know. I was telling her, we were talking about the YouTube stuff, and she's like, I'm so proud of you. You're really funny, and I couldn't do that. And we were talking about it, and she's like, oh, we should take a picture together, and you should put it, and we should just like see what the reaction is. Like, she was kind of like, wanting to do that, so we did that, and the reaction was like people just lost their minds, just because it was something fun to do, and I thought it would get people all worked up and hot over it. But, so it didn't really go well for me either. So, like I said, it's not my girlfriend, but similar situation here.
That wives and girlfriends in these online spaces get dumped on, get shit on. Is it necessarily right? No, not really. It's kind of nasty.
All people were concerned about was, am I sleeping with this person or not?
And vindictive, but you open yourself up to it when you bring your family members on stream. And so that's the situation, you know? And that's the way it is.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, and this was before we had ever even met, right?
Again,
Before...
his I feel like the wires are just, he had an idea. I think what's happening here is he had an idea that if he started to toughen up on this guy and just put it out there, that he would, like, you know, bend the knee and be like, oh, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. But he just laid it out, like, exactly, almost, not exactly, but kind of the similar way I do, is it's your own fault. Like, that's why we called her fat, because, you know what your audience is, you know how people respond to you, and, like, it's fair game because you made the choice to put it out there.
Before we had talked or anything, right? Like, I don't think I had been on your show or anything, because you said this was when you were first covering me.
This is, and so the thing is, I haven't said anything nasty about your wife since then, because I don't think it's nice. And I know that it actually would bother you, and it would make you upset. And I like you, Phil, and I consider you a pal. And so I don't want to do anything to Phil that would genuinely hurt him and his relationship with his wife, or negatively hurt the way that he views his wife, because they're married, they live their life together. It's their life. It's really not anybody else's fucking business how Phil chooses to live his life with his wife.
Right, it's like he's telling him the truth. It's like, dude, if you didn't want, I'm saying the same thing over, so I'm sorry to be repeating myself, but it's very interesting how he's wording this and putting it to him. You just shouldn't have effing done it. Like, you're hurt over something that was by your own hand here. Like, you made the decision to put this poor woman on your content to get ahead of some documentary or some kind of shock reaction. He should have just let her downstairs do her thing and just, like, I don't know. This is interesting, though. We're almost done with this.
Habits are, or whatever.
I do give credit to the VP. He did, like, I feel like, this is just my opinion, I don't want to get in heat or anything with it, but I do feel like he was a little bit nervous at this, and he handled it pretty well. I think he really handled it. He didn't just cower and say, oh man, like, I'm so sorry, that wasn't right. He's really putting a very thoughtful response, like the same way I'm doing with, dude, like, you opened yourself up to it. I said what I said. Like, do I feel bad about it? Yeah, but, like, again, I mean, you can't be upset at something that basically you didn't put thought into enough to know what kind of reaction that was going to come of it.
When you do bring them on camera, it opens it up to criticism and mockery and stuff like that. So that's my position on it, and that's basically the way it is. I feel a little bit bad about it.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your honesty. This is the first time I've heard any of this, because
keep your mind on how he conducts himself here when he's on the air, and we talked about this before. And then we're gonna watch the next segment where he responds. But just keep in mind his reaction when it's face to face here compared to the next segment we're gonna be getting into.
Well, I appreciate your honesty. This is the first time I've heard any of this, because all I hear is stuff secondhand, third hand. You don't know what to believe. Right. And so people have been grilling me for weeks, saying, you know, every week there's a Grill Phil segment. You know, what about that? That's one thing that happened, you know, bring it up. So now let's ask the public. OK, we have hundreds of people here watching here tonight. Should I accept this? Should I say this is a good answer, or should I be upset?
I don't know, man. It's honestly,
somebody pointed it out. DSP wanted this to be a moment where PPP would blank, basically would cower and make him feel like the powerful guy you don't mess with. And PP didn't fall into that. He stood pretty firm, and they do their thing over there. I think by now, even though I don't consider myself a fan, I didn't know much about them. When we started having conversation, I tried to look into what their content actually was. And the way he's reacting to Phil calling him out, I think he's really standing by what they do. And again, it's very interesting to me. But we'll continue on.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what to say, man. You talk. The thing is, you talk so much shit as a drama YouTuber or whatever. A lot of the time, you never expect the person to actually hear what you said.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
You know what? Someone actually just made a good point. They said nowhere in what you just said did you actually apologize. You actually just kind of explained.
Well, again, we're gonna move forward because we're not gonna watch the whole thing. But again, it kind of shows what I was talking about before. When you get between the lines of like business and like a friendship or whatever, this to me comes across as a man, and we're talking about the other product, who's like confronting like a friend, like, oh, we were at the bar last night and you called my wife fat. Like, it's like he's not taking into account that they are like a channel that covers that kind of stuff. It kind of seems like he's approaching this confrontation from a spot that isn't really reality in the context of the relationship here. So then we're gonna go on to the next segment where
let me tell you something. We're giving me shit.
I think. No, hold on. Here it is. Where he responds.
I got another $1.50 tip. You have a stable crowd watching you 6 times a week, all the time, repeating.
To the comments. So he kind of seemed a little bit level-headed. He kind of took the L where he was on the air. But then when he's in his own hug box, the gloves come off. And here it is.
How boring and bad your content is.
And this is him defending his the love of his life here.
What is that? What's your taste in content then, you idiots? Yeah, I mean, again, it's weird. This is what we're talking about, this internet culture changing. Because it used to be, you have a hobby, and your hobby is you're into something you like. So you watch it, you follow it, you study it, you're involved in it. And it may not even be, all right?
Oh, one second. I did miss a super chat here from Nick SF, a super chat $5. He started the mandatory tip goals only 4 months after they married. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Goals, it might have been Kat's idea. Maybe it could have been. You know, you need to bring in more, Phil. Who knows?
Situation where it's something that you can actively do. Like, there's big sports fans who aren't even sports players, but they're sport peers. Do better than you, surpass you, and even retire around you while you're still here struggling. Okay, I need to explain something to you. All right, this is going to be very important. I want everyone out there to listen to me. I have no peers. I am a man on a fucking island. Since the day I turned on my camera and pointed it at my TV and started doing the improv commentary, I did it different. I did it my way.
What's with the like effect there? He's like, this is really super serious, so I gotta put this like elementary school looking effect on it to drive the point home. We got Blank Man, a super chat of $1.99, and he says, I think DSP should renounce his sexuality. Do you mean denounce? Or he should, throw her on the bed and run for it like a kid running for the McDonald's playroom before finishing the meal? I'm not too sure what you mean there, Blank Man.
Never copied anyone else. I only ever wanted to be me. I never aspired to success. I never wanted to do this for a job. This all just happened. And now here we are almost 17 years later.
Yeah.
And you say, but all these other people did it bigger and better than you. Yeah, because they didn't do what I did. They came into it with the mentality of, let's get famous, let's get rich, let's do this, let's get the bag.
Well, he didn't become famous, he became infamous.
Get it? I don't care. All I want to do is make the content that's meaningful to me and my viewers. If someone actually went out of their way and said, yeah, this guy has been, ripped a new butthole for the last 10, 15 years, but what about the people who obsess about it? Let's learn about them. Because when we figure out who all these fucking no-load losers are on the internet,
like me,
who are harassing the guy every day, that's too much work. Instead, the easy mode is to just research all this shit that's already on the internet and put it together into a documentary. Right? It's ridiculous. I really think that would actually be the golden nugget that no one wants to grab because it's too hard.
I'm trying to get to the point where he confronts the PP here, but I'm not getting to it. I apologize, fans.
All right? So I can just leave it at that, and we can play Pirate Yakuza, all right, and enjoy it for the next 2.5 hours. Goddamn goal, because we want to get to 60. You want to see me stuff my bloated face. Chips of which we got none today. Let's hit the goddamn goal because we want to get to 60. You want to see me stuff my bloated face with Girl Scout cookies. So cut the shit. Let's get it going right now.
I really hope he's not serious with that sales pitch there. We got Blank Man with another $1.99 DSP is wife cat for resources. He is evil. He's not really confronting him here.
Let's get some
Where's the threat?
What happened over there? At all.
Here we go.
The thing is with Kick, it's kind of like fluctuating, hit or miss.
Not.
Like sometimes
anyway, I'll
people
just get
will
my
come
thoughts
by
on it anyway.
One sub. I'll address Ashton berating my wife again. All right,
here
you
we
ready?
go.
Ashton is fucked up for ever bringing up my wife. He should never have her name in his mouth. And I've spoken with him about it.
Yeah.
And if he continues to bring her up,
now he's getting into
content,
that like angry father, like talking to his children mode here that we all love.
Whether it's his show or mine, smart guys, I will no longer work with him. We've had it out. I talked to him about
funny, man.
Because
Dude, that's actually really funny because the way he puts that comes across like I'm the commodity. Like I'm the one making you the money, and if you talk like that to my wife, we're not going to be doing business, and you're not going to make any money.
He would ever bring her up. It's one thing if he brings me up and he wants to razz on me because he's helped me out tremendously. All right? My wife has nothing to do with him or his content. And I swear to God, if he fucking brings her up again in a negative way in his content, I will cut ties with that man.
And I'll never help him make another dime in his failing career. Because I'm the commodity. I'm the one who puts food on the table for the Keno Casino. Exactly. Look at the difference between when he's actually on the
so
air
there you go.
And in his curated community.
I don't care about
here.
your $40 tip because I know you weren't going to send it anyway. I know you were full of shit. But it's about time that I said that because it needed to be said and everyone's been talking about it. Okay?
Yeah, somebody, Mucky Mo put it, if you keep talking about my wife like that, I'll stop letting you make me money. Well, like I said, I think a part of it is just, yeah, you have to kind of know. Like, this guy just has no self-awareness, man. Like, I don't, like, maybe he does really care about his wife, but like I said, I don't think it's so much as caring about his wife as much as it is taking that shot from people calling his wife fat, where he can't have people being like, oh yeah, Phil's got a pretty hot wife. I think that's the issue here. Because if he knew what he was, if he had some self-awareness, he'd just play into it and be like, yeah, she's fat. Like, what's wrong with that? Yeah, never been with a fat woman before, Ashton? You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's dumb.
They're not going to pay up. They were a troll. No one's going to pay $40 for me to say that, but it needed to be said.
Anyway, so we had that.
By the way,
let's take a call break because we're going to get, let me see where my phone is here. We're going to get into our last segment here of the investigation. I really appreciate you guys being here. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll take a couple calls before we get into the last segment. So I have my Discord open here. I'll be looking at the chat for any interesting insight. But I have the Discord open here. And we'll let the fans speak their mind. Not a lot of people are calling in. I'm kind of surprised. Maybe you just want to hear me keep talking. So it's up to you guys. I'm leaving it open just for a couple minutes here for you guys because we're getting into the last segment here. Okay, we do have another call here. How are you doing? I hope you enjoyed the coverage. You mentioned you might want to call in a bit later. What are your thoughts as we progress through this investigation?
Yeah, so this is the one I've been waiting for to address.
Cool. Go ahead. Get into it.
His wife. He never defended his wife. Oh, thank you. He never defended his wife. He defended himself.
Yeah, you're right. He didn't defend the wife. He basically was like, if you talk about my wife, I'm not going to contribute to you making money off me.
Right, that entire stream, if you remember, that was the 3-path stream, was all about himself. He was never offended that Triple P called his wife fat.
Right.
He was offended that detractors were starting to take shots at him because he hadn't defended her, and they all like, man, you should defend her. And even in the confrontation where he actually confronted her, like that's just not the way a man defends his family. Like,
Right.
you look like a to everybody.
Yeah, it was like a very like half-hearted attempt to like stand up and show that you care for this person, but I just don't think that really came across. And I think if it was serious, he wouldn't have done it on the air either.
So I have a question for you.
Sure.
Because you keep referencing some things from it. What do you and like I like your perspective because you half fan, half not fan. I think when you got treated how you got treated, you started to think about him a little bit differently.
Absolutely, man.
The King Snake documents, let's call them the King Snake documents, the documents he put
Oh, yeah.
from the what do you think about it all? Was it all real? Was it all fake? Was it all lies? What do you think?
Well, dude, that's a whole other can of worms, dude, but just my quick analysis on it is it was a man that didn't separate business from personal life.
So you think it was all real statements?
Oh, yeah. Or at least what he wanted the casino to believe was real.
Does this, the crazy part to think about Phil, does he ever deal in reality? Like, is he ever speaking the full truth
Right.
about everything?
He seems to. Well, like I said, I think people who lie, like I mentioned earlier, I don't think they're all just intentionally evil. I think there is some level of guilt. But the guy just can't keep his story straight. I think at one point he wants to be transparent with the audience and let them know what's going on. But there's so much behind the scenes, like the things about him having all these pets in the house and all that stuff. And, like charging people to see his cat and stuff. It's like I think the lies get blended with the false reality that he's created in front of the camera.
So do you think it's manipulation? Like he's trying to manipulate people to believe what he wants to believe?
I mean, that'd be a fair analysis, but as far as the messages go, I think when the heat was brought up and they were bringing him these ideas, he was just throwing these things out there to kind of backpedal out of doing anything that was like too far out of his comfort zone.
But like when you assessing today if it's a real marriage or not.
A successful
real
marriage.
marriage would never lie about the wife like he lied about the wife in those documents. You would never, and then like to use her as a scapegoat. Oh, she's into religion and kind of make fun of it. A man doesn't do that to his wife.
Right.
Like, you just don't do that.
Like I said, it's collateral damage. He's just pulling her in front of the firing line, basically. It's like what it comes across to me.
It's insanity, man. It really is. But thank you for taking my call again.
No problem.
I think one day you should touch the King Snake art. Like, really dive into it, assess it, and give a determination on what was lies and what wasn't from your perspective.
Interesting. Yeah, we could look at that. Another 2 weeks of research will be put into it, I'm sure. Thank you, dude. All right, great call. We don't have any other calls. I'm kind of surprised. I'm not going to dwell on it too much. If you guys don't want to call in, then you don't want to call in. I can't change your mind. So we're going to get into the last segment here. I will just leave Discord open for a few more minutes. I'm going to take a quick breath here, and I'm going to read the chat. Is there any questions in the chat? Oh, we do have some other calls. Let's see. We'll get some people here. How are you doing? Welcome to tonight's program. What are your thoughts?
Hey, man. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, loving the show so far. You're doing a great job.
Thanks.
I've been kind of listening in and out. Did you touch on how the other product has been kind of reacting negatively towards like beautiful women in video games or even in real life?
Yeah, I didn't touch on that, but there is those allegations that he puts out, like if a woman's showing their body or something, he is very against it. I don't have much an opinion on that because I'm not like an overly sexual guy myself. I'm not going to shy away from it at that level, but I kind of get it. Some guys are comfortable with that type of talk or that type of stuff. Some aren't, but he is clearly very, very uncomfortable about it, and it makes you wonder, like, if it is influenced by the wife, because he used to not be like that. Like back in the day, he'd always be making jokes about a woman's boobs or something, like putting his face in and motorboating it or something. Now he's just like totally against it. So you wonder like if that is influence from the wife.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking, because, you know, we've all been in relationships. We kind of adapt, you know, some of the personality of our partners. Not all of it. That's not healthy.
Right.
You know, kind of, you know, when you're around someone for a while, you kind of do pick up on some of the stuff. She could be projecting some of her insecurities because, I mean, the amount of weight she's gained in that short amount of time, and anyone would be insecure, especially if they were looking at, you know, I mean, he just doesn't act that way towards, you know, women in video games. He acts that way towards women in real life, like that Lex girl.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's kind of what I'm thinking, that she makes snide comments, and, you know, honestly, it's kind of I hate to say it, it's kind of a plus in his. He's, you know, agreeing with his wife and, you know, standing by her on that one. If it's coming from her. Overall, I know.
But we don't really know. We don't really know like what she's like behind the scenes. Like we heard a couple whispers, like when she did when he did that Cambion interview, he kind of let it slip that I guess she yelled at him over it. So I do think she does have her say on certain aspects of his content for sure.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I was getting at, and I guess we're kind of on the same wavelength with that thought process.
All right, thank you for your call, dude.
Hey, man. Yeah, take it easy.
All right. Hopefully I answered this question. We'll take another one here. I'm taking people I haven't heard from before. Welcome to the program. We will keep your identity safe and secure. What are your thoughts?
Hey, what's up, PWR?
Good to hear from you.
I think it's really cool to see you analyze this stuff. You're very astute, actually.
Thanks. It only took like 2 days. Like I said, nothing says I'm not out there getting ass than spending my weekend finding out if another man is in a successful marriage or not.
I would say it's worth it, especially for the viewers.
Thank you.
But, you know, it's interesting, you know, the relationship that formed between the Kino Casino and Phil, the other product. And, you know, like how did it form? Why did it form? Did it form with good intentions? And I think, you know, they actually kind of did like Phil, actually. And I think that they were really forming an actual friendship with him.
Yeah, maybe. Like I said, I mean, PP like offered to fly him out and like invite the wife and all that stuff, and you know, he had his issues with that. And I kind of relate. I don't want to leak too much, but, you know, we had some conversations and some stuff that we could do, but prior to me having a failing career. But even I was like, dude, like, that's pretty overwhelming. And I was anxious, and I was like, that's a big opportunity, man. Like, I didn't say no. I just kind of tried to leave it in my head that this kind of stuff could be happening. But with a guy like this who just is like a bundle of nerves and anxiety and, you know, probably never leaves the house, like I could see why he would not want to put himself out there in those situations.
Yeah, you know, Phil says that he, you know, was setting them up, right? The whole time,
yeah.
Which obviously we know that's not true. But on the other hand, you know, PPP kind of says the same thing, that they were setting Phil up for the fall, you know, but I don't think they really were. I think they were trying to
tap in. Like I said this before. I don't want to keep repeating myself, but I think like a guy like PP probably like was like, I have a feeling I could turn this around for this guy, and just like, but like I said, it's like everybody can make money off this guy except the man himself, and I think he wanted to kind of spin that around and be like, Phil, like, this is where the money is in this. It's not you just sitting there playing Mario Kart or whatever. It's this kind of stuff. So you got to play into it. You got to adapt and realize where your value is, even if it makes you look like a piece of crap. Like, if you want money, this is where the money is going to go. It's not going to be there, sitting there, barely talking, playing, you know, some action RPG game that nobody cares about.
Yeah. Well, I think, they did see a new arc there that they could make some money off of, right? Like reviving Phil out of the ashes. It's interesting.
Yeah. This
And
would
they
be a hell of a
actually
task
did-
to take on. I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
They did do it in a sense, though, and but things went sideways, and then they made a new arc out of it, and that new arc was destroying him again.
Yeah, but I mean, it still brings eyes on him.
Oh, it does. No, it's extremely interesting as far as the story goes, and everything that's not personal between them. That they played it exactly perfectly because it's made so much content and everyone is still interested in it.
Right.
But I guess what I was wondering was, because they were kind of setting you up, I think, for a similar arc.
Yeah.
And I think you made the right move, honestly, by not, forming that friendship with them, so to speak, as far as your relationship goes with them personally, because I think something similar may have happened. I think keeping it at a business level like you're doing is the right play for you. But, for the content, it's like, man, throw it out the window, become friends with them, who gives a shit what happens? It's all going to be content, you know what I mean?
Well, like the way, I don't want to get too much into anything like between me and that other entity, but like, I'm grateful. I mean, even on the Mario Kart stream, I made a significant amount of money, and that's not what's important as much as I got so many messages, man. Thanks for being on. We wanted you on the casino. We wanted you on the casino. It probably wasn't the best quality because, like I said, it was kind of spur of the moment. I was already streaming for 4 hours. But it's what the fans want. You got to do what the fans want, even if maybe you're not too sure about it. But you got to kind of keep things at a certain level and not expect too much, right? And I think that's the issue, is that DSP expected a lot from them and couldn't deliver. And he just thought he could sit there, deadpan, let them do their thing, and that he was going to make a bunch of money on it.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I was wondering though, is that part of what kind of holds you back from hanging out with them and whatnot? Is kind of the way things turned out for Phil? Do you have that in the back of your mind?
Not really. That's not the way I think of it. I don't want to get into too much, but if the short question would be like, I've only been doing this for like 2 months, man, and it's been like the greatest 2 months of my life. And some of those opportunities are just like mind blowing that they're even, a reality, or they could be a reality. I'll just leave it at that because I don't want to get into too much because I'm starting to get a little winded here. But I appreciate your call, man.
Yeah. Hey, right on. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you.
We love you, dude. Just keep doing what you're always gonna have an audience, bro. So just do what feels good for you, bro.
All right, thank you. All right. Let's see, because we're going to be ending here somewhat soon. We got one more video to cover. A lot of fans don't really feel like calling in, I think. I hope that's because you just want me to keep doing my thing and not because the career is dead. But let me get some feedback. Do you guys like me? Like, do you guys really like me? Do you want to be here? Do you want to celebrate my career? No, I'm just kidding. We're going to get into that. That's our next segment here. The forehead is getting sweaty. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. I'm starting to kind of lose my momentum. I'm getting kind of tired. So we're going to get into the last segment here, and I'm going to give my analysis. And we're going to take her home here. So this was a big moment. This was like right at the turning point of when I finally was close to... Actually, you know what's funny? This, and we're gonna look at the disaster stream, and I looked back at my history. This was the day I was playing Mission Impossible, and I was actually like, I put like "Happy Birthday, Phil" on the thing, and I was like, does anybody want to call in and share their memories or say happy birthday? So this was like the same day. When I got that news, and it's like probably bullcrap, but all these trolls were coming in saying, oh, you're a detractor and he's going to sue you. And like, I got pretty upset, man. I mean, hearing that kind of stuff from someone that inspired you to be on the air, like doing what he did, like, you know, with limited knowledge and limited equipment and just kind of letting your passion take control and wanting to celebrate him for his birthday, and then hearing that, it just, like, it really hurt my feelings, basically. But we're going to get into it. This is pretty sad. And this will kind of give us a shot here. We're going to let the man do his thing, as only he can do, garnishing sympathy. And we'll give our thoughts on it together. So here we go. This is his birthday marathon that he had the same day I did that Mission Impossible stream. I was off the air by this point, and I was watching. So I experienced this live. So let's share it together. It's a pretty crazy moment, and then we'll take it home. This will give us the verdict. Is this guy in a happy, successful marriage or not? Find out at the end of the show.
Do it now. Let's do a shot. I owe you guys shots. Let's do a peach lemonade shot.
Here
we go. That's what, 10 shots today?
For a second there, yes, his face was resembling another well-known entity, Mr. Ralph, there for a split second there when he took that shot. We need a side-by-side of Ethan Ralph and these two as drinking buddies. All right.
Here we go. That's what, 10 shots today? Ooh,
damn.
Yes, I owe you guys 2 more shots. Unless there's more support. Thank you guys for your support.
Oh, yeah, that was a controversy, too, I think, that came out of this, is like, he was, and like, that's ridiculous, charging people to get drunk. I mean, that's crazy. I think there was an allegation here that he was, like, taking donations and wouldn't finish the drinks or something. He's probably smashed. Probably trying to keep control. Like, I had, like, 1 bottle, and I was completely out to lunch. But he seems to kind of be holding it together here, and I think he was kind of concerned he was going to start getting silly. But you don't take people's money and then not give them what they paid for, dude.
Every 100, I take another shot.
$100 a shot? Ooh, that's some dirty business, baby.
500 by the end of the stream, I will shave my beard. Excuse me.
Oh, gross, man.
Today is Jackie Chan's birthday. Fuck Jackie Chan. Fuck that loser. That old fart. It's my birthday. It's my day to celebrate, not his. He can go to hell. Today's my day. April 6th. Who else was born on April 6th?
There's the narcissism shining through.
Nobody cares about people born on April 6th, but Dark Side Phil. That's right.
It's actually funny, too. I'm just looking this up really quick. Now, I don't know how many of you guys are in. When did he say his birthday was? April. I don't know if many of you guys are into this stuff, but so Mr. Burnell is an Aries. He is an Aries on the zodiac chart. I don't know how many of you guys are like into that kind of stuff. I'm not like super into it, but I believe it does have I don't know how to put this. I think it does play into people's personalities. Like I'm a one second. We'll get into this here. So I actually thought he was either like a Virgo or a Scorpio based on his personality, but he's an Aries. And apparently, like, at least just from the bull crap I'm looking here, is Pisces, myself, and the Aries have many conflicts between each other. So we're like star-crossed enemies, I guess. Just pretty funny. Let's continue.
Right. You guys slowed down with support. I'm actually getting agitated. Now I only owe you 1 more shot. That's what happens, man. You know what's sad? We have not topped the other day where I got insane.
He's got the grandfatherly glasses on.
We haven't beaten that. We didn't. Let's hit the goal. 3,500. Top stream ever. Step it up on Kick. How dare you drag your feet? All right, let's do some of the corn whiskey. Hooey, here we go.
Oh, God.
That's not good. Oh, these are all wrong. These are all wrong right here. And
anyway, hold on. We're going to skip ahead a bit to get to the real.
Shit.
Main event.
Gives a shit, right? Hello, everyone, and welcome to the finale of my birthday marathon. It's been a very long day of food, a lot of drinks. I built this whole Lego thing in one sitting, over 2 hours. We had delicious food that my wife made for dinner. And now, the finale,
here we go.
cobbler. My whole program crashed. Ah, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on.
He made a decent bit of money,
So, my wife made
$1,300. That's not too
strawberry
bad.
cobbler. It does not look amazing. It looks like mush. But the taste is the important part, and that's what we're about to do. Taste it. Let's try this cobbler. It's time to eat.
It's like the food is so delicious, he breaks into tears with emotion over his wife's cooking. I did watch him for 10 years.
Oh,
Not
so
10 years
yummy.
straight. Probably more than that, actually. Probably like 12 years, 13 years.
This is great. I love it. I got a burp. Burp stuck. Oh, I hate when you get a burp stuck. That's the worst. Oh my God, I'm sorry for the belches. Let's do shout outs. So 20 gifted memberships from Original Dante 1. That's another $60
somebody mentioned
to
that.
support.
Like, he only made $519. That's not bad. Like, I don't see that as a failure. I see that as like a pretty good day of business. But he just completely had a tantrum, berated his audience. There was this whole thing about like him playing Mario Kart. And I was kind of similar. Like when I got the Switch, you guys helped me get the Switch. And I was kind of similar. I was like, guys, like I'm not just going to jump into multiplayer because I don't know exactly how to put it all together. I was kind of honest about it. It's not like I didn't want to do it. I was just like, I don't really know. So just let me get a hands-on in the game. So I kind of fell into the same thing, but I didn't like blame my audience on like, you know, ruining my show or anything. I just kind of, oh, excuse me, that was my other product creeping in with the snort there. I was just kind of trying to be transparent, just like give me some time, and you know, I'd be willing to do that at a future time if you guys wanted it. Ha! That's pretty sad, dude. Look at his face. He's just like, yes, that's the money I deserve.
I drank a lot, as you could tell.
It's my birthday.
I'm very slow. Dude, this is by far now the most supported stream I've
It
ever
is
done.
kind
Over
of sad that
1,400
like a married man is like drunk. And this might be going a little bit too far. A married, successful man is drunk in a spare bedroom, putting together Legos and celebrating like a $10 tip. I mean, that's pretty sad, dude.
$100 of support is the biggest stream I've ever had. Oh, well, in the past, you got a $2,000 tip. You're right. But this year or modern day, this is the most supported stream I've ever had.
He's even like admitting that he's like not as hot as he once was. Like when we added up that yearly total and stuff, like that's a significant amount of money for him on this stream. And it was like I don't even know, like a multiple hour stream on his birthday. The real fans probably came out. And he made like $1,300. Like that's not that bad for somebody that's just kind of doing this to do it. But if you're like relying on this to pay your mortgage and stuff, that's probably not looking too good, man.
Marathon stream I'm doing seems to increase. So thank you. I got a tip here. Holy shit, a $50 tip. Are we seriously almost to another?
And it's funny too, because I remember this. I might be wrong. I think it was the same guy. The same guy was dropping like 50. I think he dropped like a handful of $50 tips. I can't remember the name, but I was in the chat. I was live on location when this took place, and I do remember it was the same guy who was dropping those $50 donations.
Goal just like that? This is nuts. We're right there on the edge of another goal. Who's gonna get us to $3,500 of support so I'll shave? Who's gonna do a $2,000 tip? Because someone's gonna do it.
Ooh, that's not cool.
Honest question now. Because now we hit another goal, if you can believe it. Here's my honest question to everybody. And I better get a goddamn answer. What is going on? Why am I getting so much support recently? What has happened? Here's the thing.
This is just like the guy doing his thing, man. Like the guy just pulling out the sympathy card and just like he's doing his thing. This is his business right here, summed up in like one clip.
For many years, I struggled. I did. And then all of a sudden, last year, I made an active choice to cross over with Kino Casino. I made the choice, not them. I did. I was the one who activated it, and it worked. But then I knew it was limited time. I knew it wouldn't last. I was kind of making a deal with the devil. Thank you, Satan. Appreciate that. Once I stepped out of it a few weeks ago, I was very nervous. But people are still here. They're still watching. They're still supporting. I don't get it. I don't understand this level of support. It actually is blowing my mind. Like, I don't know what to say. My mind is boggled. Look at how much I just made just for being me. I don't get it. Do you like me? I'm baffled. Absolutely baffled. I don't think I made good content. Dark Side Phil
He said it
makes
himself.
no good content. He's boring. He's a sucker. I agree. Why are people watching this? I don't get it. It baffles my mind.
Well, it's just
Today
like
was a good
he like, at least with me, it's like, you know, I'm always trying to do different things. I started out basically as a game streamer, but I tried doing different things. Like I was like, let's cover some wrestling stuff. Let's try some relationship stories. Let's try some of these investigations. Like, I feel like you can say I'm boring or I'm failing, but at least, like, I'm trying to give people what they want. I'm taking feedback, and people are like, we want you to do this, we want you to do that. So, like, even with goals, I was like, I never wanted to do goals. People are like, you should have a goal. We want to, like, you know, contribute and feel a part of giving you something. So I just threw it out in the Switch too. It was a success. But with this guy, he's saying it himself. I make crap content. I don't know why anybody's supporting me, because he doesn't give himself to his audience. He doesn't want to go that extra step to change his content. He just thinks he can get on there, stream, and do what he wants to do, and people are gonna support. And I kind of almost fell into that trap too when I moved and everything. I didn't really know exactly what I wanted to do. I kind of just kept things rolling. I was like, I got to get my internet on. I got to get back to the stream. And I kind of fell a little bit into that as well, where I just kind of played games and just kind of, people say, oh, you became boring and stuff. I just think I was at such a change in my life. I was like bewildered, and I couldn't, but it took me some time to feel comfortable again and to want to really push the envelope again, because my main priority was like getting the internet on, like getting back on the air. Like, so it was all in steps, right? But this guy's been going on for like 17 years, and he's never, I think he's tried a few different things. Like he did like some politics stuff and stuff, but he's never really had that crisis point where he's like, I gotta like step it up for the people who are contributing and giving me money, because, you know, clearly like the amounts are getting lower and lower for him. But it's like he's not looking deeply into himself and being like, well, what do people want to pay for? What do people want to come and watch me do that I'm passionate about? You know, maybe he could do a video covering me and how big of an idiot I am. Maybe he'll get a bunch of money for that.
time, because I drank so much, right? Well, this is what I always wanted. Don't you understand that your trolls are getting more views than you? Yes, I get it. There's nothing wrong with that. They are giving me more
he doesn't care.
attention,
He doesn't care that we're doing this here
and
tonight. It's not going to
success
bother him.
than I've ever had before, and I don't have to do anything. Do you get it? It's like I've said
right
all
there. Peak laziness, peak complacency. He just feels he's entitled. I mean, this is split up. I think this has a little bit of like editing to it to make him like a little worse than he is, but he said it right there. I don't have to do anything. People will come. I'm entitled to the support. I'm DSP. I've been on the internet. I was an original. So that's enough to have people just feel that they're entitled to come in and give me money here.
long. The king doesn't have to lift a finger. The king just sits here on his throne and does what he loves to do, and everything goes perfectly according to plan. I don't have to lift a finger. All you got to do is open your wallets and get me to $3,000 of support
He's
tonight.
drunk, man.
Okay, let's do some shout outs, shall we? And
I don't think he's as drunk as I was,
So after
but
I
at least
finish
I
shout-outs,
think
I'm outta here.
for as much as an idiot as I made of myself, I'm a fun drunk. Like, maybe not, maybe I disturb some people, but at least maybe off the camera when I'm out with my friends and stuff and I drink and we have fun and we laugh and we'll listen to music and have a good time. This guy's effing depressing, man. Like, this is sad. I know people said the same thing about me, like, oh, his career's over, he made an idiot of himself. I don't know. I was like, at least I was trying to have fun.
So last chance if you wanted to support. This is the
sad.
time. No more holding out. Why are you holding out? Why aren't you supporting? Last chance. I know some people like try to throw in a Hail Mary last minute. Just do it now because I got to go to sleep. I can't even see anymore.
You can't even see.
Shout outs.
So
Lethal,
let's get into the part where he talks about his wife,
super
because
chat. Holy
we're getting
shit.
there. We're
Lethal
getting
did
there.
another
fans, so just hold your
$100
breath.
super chat. What? We just hit 108 goals.
That's funny. There's the fun content that you're paying for. Maybe I should dance along with him here.
I'm too drunk. That's definitely enough. Lethal just did another $100 super chat and says, we balling. Why are you gifting so much at the last minute? I have no idea. And I'm not taking any more shots. I'm done. I can't drink anymore tonight. I had too much. I received a $2 tip. Shout out to your wife. I don't think she gets
a lot
enough
of
credit
it is, I think, people giving them money because they want to see them get effed up, like, pretty much. But to call it off, like, that's pretty crazy.
For helping you behind the scenes, she does not. For food and dealing with disrespectful trolls, she's a keeper. I hope God continues to bless her. Me too. My wife is an angel. My wife is my saving grace. Here we
go. So here's gonna determine the verdict tonight. We put all the information together. I did like hours of research. I didn't get a piece of ass. I got like 5 pages here of notes. I got my dress shirt on. Here's the big, finale here. And let's get to it.
Is the reason why I'm so happy.
We'll go back a little bit to build it up.
The scenes she does not. For food and dealing with...
Okay.
I received a $2 tip. Shout out to your wife. I don't think she gets enough credit for helping you behind the scenes. She does not. For food and dealing with disrespectful trolls, she's a keeper. I hope God continues to bless her. Me too. My wife is an angel. My wife is my saving grace. My wife is the reason why I'm so happy. And now of course, I'm getting emotional. But
it's weird because, like, at least from first reaction, like, he is drunk. But, like, he's crying. He's not like... my wife, man, my wife, like, she's amazing. He's crying, man. So that, in my opinion, indicates to me that there's something else going on. He's guilty. I think, in my opinion, there's a guilty conscience here for whether it's the way he treats her, interacts with her. When you're drunk, the emotions come out. But, like, when he goes through this, it doesn't appear to me as, like, joyful. It comes across as really depressing, like, almost like you're thinking of all the, things that went wrong, and you're kind of reminiscing on it, and you're like, man, you know what? Like, I put my wife through hell, and I love my wife. Like, that's the feeling I get. That's my opinion, so let me know what you guys think.
Before I met Kat, you saw how angry I was, right?
He's still angry. He's still telling people to F off all the time.
Kat is the reason why I'm not angry anymore. Because I'm happy. Oh, he's doing a meme. Oh, this is cringe. Shut the fuck up and eat it. Eat it. I'm not taking your shit. Give me your mailing address. I want to mail you a spoon.
Sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I got really hot. I did miss some super chats, so I'll get into those. We got Izuka Corey, a super chat, $2. I need that money. I really do. The infamous DSP quote there. WP has become a member and says, PWR, you are so back. Love this format. Great show. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Took a lot of work. So I'm glad you guys appreciate the hours put into this. Next time I do something like this, I'm going to have to actually, like, put more time into it. Because every time I do this, I'm like, I keep falling into more and more rabbit holes. Like, even with that WWE Champion stuff, when I was looking into that, I was like, that could be a whole freaking video there. So hopefully I was able to kind of put this together. We're getting to the end though, guys, so just hold on. And Blank Man has super chat $1.99. Phil should lose his channel. I don't think he should lose his channel. I think there should be like a Surgeon General's warning on his content that you should be aware that when you contribute to this man, it could be going to be A, B, C, D, E. I don't know, something like that.
So you can eat shit out of my fucking ass. You can say whatever the fuck I want, and you like it, bitch. You got a problem with that? Test me, bitch. Everything before her was another life. Everything since I met her has been the best life. And I wish that for all of you.
Even me, Phil?
I really do. That's why I think that so many people out there are in pain and are hateful and think it's okay to step on others. I gotta step on others to get ahead. I gotta hurt others
I
to
don't
get
want to
ahead.
consider this stepping on him. I want to consider this like the ultimate, like, objective look into not DSP, but like two humans that are, you know, part of the entertainment industry, like looking into it that way. I don't think I'd necessarily stepped on him, but that's his opinion and he's entitled to it.
Because you're not happy.
Yeah, because I'm not happy. That's the reason.
Crush.
Like, it's not like this has been the God-blessed biggest 2 months of my life that I'll be on my nursing home deathbed, probably remember when I was doing those YouTube shows. I'm not happy. And because I'm not married like him, I'm a hateful, non-happy person.
Crush others. Because you would be okay. There's so many people out there who are hurting and no one gets it. Once you get it, you don't need to do that anymore. You don't need to hyper focus on the negative. You can just be positive about the good things in your life. And people don't get it. They don't, because they don't have that. And I feel bad, but I can't make you understand that until you have it. I wish that upon all of you, because my life is so much better because of my wife. And I feel bad that so many people don't have that. And they just
again, he's like kind of waving it in our face, like, I'm trying to show you that I'm happy because I'm a married, successful man, and you're not. And that's why you're trolls, and that's why you're losers, and that's why you're basement dwellers, like making fun of me because you're not married.
Said about everything.
Thank you, Card Counter Bon Clay, for a gifted sub over on that alternative.
Every little fucking thing. Who cares? Who cares that Ethan Ralph lives in a shack in Mexico? Who cares about Cog, who doesn't have a toilet that flushes, right? Who gives a fuck about any of it? Why would you care? Don't you have something better to do? Don't you have something you actually like? Why would that be what you're doing with your life? I don't get it. I'm not sad at all. I'm happy because I know my wife loves me. I made an insane amount of money. Why would I be sad? I'd be retarded to be sad with what just happened today. All right. I gotta get out of here.
I don't buy it, man. I mean, people act different when they're on alcohol, but I literally think, like, if he was genuinely happy, he would not be crying. I mean, everybody's different. Like, I think he's almost trying to portray, like, some level of, like, euphoric emotion here, where he's breaking down into tears. But what it says to me is, like, he's holding a lot in that I think is, in my opinion, is going on behind the scenes that he regrets and he feels bad about. Why wouldn't he be like, yeah, it's my effing birthday. You know, I love my wife and I love you guys. Like, you know, this is amazing. I love what I do. Instead, he's like bawling his eyes out. His voice is cracking. And I just after everything I've looked into with this guy, dealing with all this crap from his camp, it's just, I don't believe this is genuine joy at all. But he is really drunk, so there's that benefit of the doubt.
Shout outs to do. Rias, $2, $20 super chat. Oh, $2.20, you really got me. You felted me. If only you could have gifted 44 subs on Kick tonight.
All right, so we got into it. So it's time for the final thoughts. Is DSP in a successful marriage? I think the main aspects, for my opinion, are the way that he included his wife in the content, the way that he threw her in front of the firing line regarding her appearance, that he clearly didn't have respect for the issues that was going on. That's a big knock. The fact that there is information out there that she is working a part-time job when he's a successful YouTuber that should be able to provide a modest living for him and a couple. That's probably strike two, and I'll combine that with the whole WWE champion stuff, which, like I said, he's basically spending like her yearly income on this thing alone. And just this as well, the fact that when I see this guy crying about his wife, I don't see a man that's genuine in his emotion. I feel what I'm looking at, in my opinion, is a guy that has a lot of regret. I mean, he's a human being, dude. Like, you can't always blame people on their genetic or their biological or their mental makeup. But I get the feeling that this is a guy that struggles with a lot of demons, like regarded to his behavior onto others. And I think that that shows very clearly here. So that's strike 3. He is not in a successful marriage. In my opinion, fans, this was an incredible experience going through all this coverage with you guys. I hope that you've enjoyed this presentation. It was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. I don't know what you guys think about it. You can give me the feedback. You can leave a comment. I got my evidence folder here. A lot of research put into this. Now, fans, I appreciate you guys being here. We had an incredibly successful program. Unlike his marriage, we're having success. So that's going to be it for the second iteration of the PWR investigation series. Let me know what you thought. Drop a comment. Reach out to me on various social media forums. And fans, I'm going to say my goodbyes.
Coming up. Let's do it.
Incredible.
I want you to get excited about your life.
Incredible. Thank you, everybody. Everybody in the live studio audience tonight.
Stand by, Dr. Phil. Showtime. This is going to be a changing day in your life. Stand by A and check in.
Thank you.
Dr. Phil.
Thank you. I think we really got to the bottom of this tonight. Thank you, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the program. That's going to do it for tonight. I'll be seeing you again sometime soon.